In January of 2017, and I don't know if you remember this, but John Carpenter, you know, the director, composer, retired horror legend, logged onto Twitter to tell a bunch of neo-Nazis that they had completely misunderstood one of his cult classic films. That film was They Live. It's from 1988 and it's still an absolute banger. It's got Rowdy Roddy Piper, it's got a pair of sunglasses, a 6-minute fight in an alley, and the bubblegum line that you've definitely heard even if you've never seen the film.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Yes, it's a very subtle film in the same way that a brick with Obey written on it and thrown through your front window is a subtle brick. But the aliens control television, they control advertising, the police, they have collaborators everywhere, and because irony is apparently a finite resource and we have strip-minded, parts of the far right looked at this ridiculous anti-Reagan satire and decided that the real message was an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Carpenter was, to say the least, not thrilled. He said that the film was about yuppies and about unrestrained capitalism, which is, to be fair, exactly what the film looks like it is about if you watch it with your eyes, say, open. But the misreading, to me, is revealing. They Live is a movie about waking up, like many movies of this sort. And the stories about waking up are really interesting because they're very easy to steal. It turns out you can wake up to capitalism, or you can wake up to propaganda. You can wake up to the fact that the world is built on exploitation. Or more conveniently, you can wake up to the fantasy where all the blame belongs to some secret enemy. And all you have to do is defeat them and then profit? So that is the trap that many who viewed Carpenter's film and many similar films keep falling into. And it's also why the film really still matters today. Yes, They Live is not disturbing because the aliens seem plausible. They frankly aren't. That's the point. It's disturbing because the world around them still seems plausible. In fact, is. The unemployment, the police violence, the media fog, the winners in expensive clothes explaining, hey, everything is fine. The strange feeling that the system is rigged, but no one can quite agree on who rigged it or why. So I want to take this fun, dumb, furious film seriously because Carpenter understood something many more respectable films still manage to miss. That ideology is not only an opinion you carry around in your head, it's also the room you wake up in, the street you walk through, the billboard perhaps that you stopped noticing that becomes just scenery. And once we finally see it, we realise it's not about aliens or ideologies or their collaborators, but about what kind of person we become after we know. So let me put the thesis up front. In They Live, the aliens aren't the enemy, they're the joke. They're the joke that the totally shaved my head because I'm tough, not because I'm going bald far right crowd totally missed. No, and the yuppies are the real target of the film too. The ones who would be profiting, whether it's aliens or oil companies or whatever. And that's not a race, that's a type. The kind of person who wants to make bank no matter what the cost to everybody else. It's basically like the Manosphere now and plenty of other places too. So chalk that one up to They Live's continuing relevance. But if you haven't seen the film, here's a quick rundown of it. Roddy Piper plays George Nada, a working man who arrives in Los Angeles, finds precarious work on a construction site, and ends up sleeping rough in a shantytown. And he stumbles into a stash of sunglasses that, when he puts them on, reveal that the world is being run by aliens, disguised as powerful officials and businessmen, that billboards become commands.
What's your problem? I said, what's your problem?
Money itself, looked through the glasses, reads as a single line, "This is your God." So Nada teams up with Frank, a fellow worker played by the wonderful Keith David. And what starts as a discovery becomes very much a war and a suicide mission. There is the 6-minute fight in the alley that I mentioned. There are explosions. There is a wrestler shooting aliens with an assault rifle. It is on every level, on every available surface, in every way, a B movie. But it's also one of the most honest films ever to be made about what it feels like living inside an economic system that has stopped pretending to care whether you survive it. So let's break down this fun, dumb and full of explosions movie into 4 parts. First, there's the world that Carpenter was satirizing and the kind of person he turned into, an alien or alien adjacent. Second, there's the sunglasses and the philosopher who has spent decades explaining what they mean. And third, there's why the film feels, to me, a little more disturbing now than it did in 1988. Then at the end, we'll come back to where we started, but perhaps a little changed. So in 1988, John Carpenter was very tired. He had spent the decade making films that mostly didn't work or succeed commercially. There was The Thing, now widely considered one of the great horror movies of the century, but it had been a flop in 1982. There was Big Trouble in Little China that had failed in 86, and by 88, he kind of retreated from studio budgets to a 2-picture deal with a small outfit called Alive Films. He was trying to work cheap and fast. And by his own account, he'd been watching a lot of television. Years later on Mark Maron's podcast, he described where They Live came from. He said the film was his rage at the Reagan Revolution, at the yuppies, at the greed of the 80s. He said he couldn't take it anymore. So that's the mood that the movie was made in. It was a working filmmaker paying attention and becoming increasingly furious about what he felt his country was becoming. And to understand what he was furious about, you need to know what the late 80s looked like from the bottom. President Ronald Reagan had been in office for nearly 8 years. It was coming to the end of his second term. The marginal tax rate on the highest earners had been cut from 70% down to 28%. Union membership had collapsed. Manufacturing had moved offshore. The wealth share held by the top 1% had begun the climb that it still hasn't stopped today. Homelessness in American cities had become, for the first time since the Great Depression, a really visible mass phenomenon. In Los Angeles specifically, where Carpenter was shooting, this had produced a particular geography. The historian Mike Davis would later write about it in his book City of Quartz. He wrote about the mirror glass corporate towers that rose out of the homeless encampments that surrounded them, with these two worlds being separated by a freeway and only a city block or two. Carpenter filmed the shantytown in his movie at an actual homeless settlement in downtown LA. He hired the residents as extras, which means that the film's set wasn't really built, it was just already there. That is the world that Nada walks into at the opening of They Live. The film's reality before the sunglasses arrive is just 1988, and the streets on which many were forced to live at the time. But Carpenter is not, and has never claimed to be, an anti-capitalist purist. In an interview in the year the film came out, he said something that I want to read in full because it complicates that kind of easy reading. He said, quote, "I've made a lot of money in the film business the way it is run today, and I am a complete capitalist. I'm just advocating a little humanity in the world. In order to do that, you have to go strong in the other direction, be a little outrageous." So that's what he did, especially in this film. That is the voice of someone inside the system who has benefited from it and who is angry about what it has stopped being. He isn't trying to bring down capitalism, he's trying to embarrass it. He wants to show what it looks like when everyone has agreed just to be numb or to stop looking at what that system is costing others, even if it is working, which is where the yuppies come in. Because if you're under 40, that word is already either mysterious or probably starting to feel dated. Yuppie. Young urban professional, the classic 80s figure. This is Wall Street, suspenders, the cell phone the size of a brick. It's Gordon Gekko in the movie Wall Street, released the year before They Live, by the way, saying greed is good into a microphone and really meaning it. That is the cartoon yuppie, the one that a lot of us remember. But it is not the yuppie that Carpenter is mainly attacking. It comes out in what They Live does with its aliens and its collaborators. They're not in armour or as slavering monsters. They're just at a cocktail party. They're They're at a network television station. They're in expensive suits at a gala, at a news station or a chemist, drinking champagne, networking. One of them is on television defending family values. Another is a police officer. Another is a real estate developer. They're all perfectly groomed, perfectly polite, and perfectly comfortable. They're the kind of people you'd let into your home if you have one. And they're also kind of in the minority too, right, in the film. They're kind of just doing that to blend in with the others, the human yuppies, the ones that make up the vast bulk of this class and that already know they're infiltrated by aliens and hey, they're fine with it. They're pretty happy with it, actually. This is great for business. Nada's potential love interest turn, again, spoiler alert, classic wrestler heel at the end of the film, isn't an alien, but one of the collaborators too.
Frank! You and Holly clear?
I'm clear. Are you? Don't do it. Don't interfere. You can't win.
So she isn't an alien at all. She's just one of the profiteers. Not an instigator, but a collaborator. That is the figure that Carpenter is attacking in this film. The one who has learned to call greed ambition and cruelty, discipline and indifference realism. The person who has spent the decade discovering that you can do extremely well in the world if you simply stop caring about what your winning costs anybody else. And that's the first step that turns this film into a stinging critique. Not that they're all zombies, but that some are simply happy to play as zombies to go along to get along. It's a small thing in the dumb action fun of the film, but I think it really matters to the overall reading. It matters because there must be something else going on here under the surface, where intergalactic invaders and a whole class of society can just make a chummy alliance. It's ideology, and we'll get to that in a second. But the yuppie in the film's logic is the person who has made peace with the system that Mike Davis was describing, who lives in the mirror glass tower and doesn't look down at the encampment under the freeway, who knows that the system is rigged in their favour and has decided, on the whole, that that is fine. We can feel Carpenter's rage because it's all so obvious. It's also right in front of us. We feel gaslit by the not noticing. And I think that also explains why what I've been calling an intentionally dumb film is so clever. Carpenter's strategy of critique here, as we'll see, is when it's so obvious and so dumb, make the reaction and the critique so obvious and so dumb too. Make people look in the form of a shocking, obvious, violent, funny film and a 6-minute fight scene. So Nada finds the sunglasses. It's his down the rabbit hole moment, brilliant in its simplicity. He is, at this point in the film, a man with nothing left to lose. His shantytown has been bulldozed by riot police. His friends are scattered or dead. He has discovered a crate of sunglasses hidden inside the wall of an abandoned church, which is the kind of thing that happens in 80s B movies and which the film does not feel any real need to explain. There's, resistance movement there, but we'll get to that later. But he puts the pair in his pocket.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago. They came super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. extra chill goblin.
Flap. There we go. We're here. Gang, what's up? It is Thursday, June 4th. It is 12:16 p.m. That where I'm streaming from. Hope everyone's cool. Mandy Moorhall. Am I late or early? I mean, who knows? Depends on what stream you're trying to catch. But if you're trying to catch this stream, you're right on time. I'm doing a little makeup stream. This is not a typical streaming day for me. Thursday. Thursday is not usually a stream day. We tried to do a stream yesterday that got the powers that be shut us down. Just as I was getting to the truth, as usual. Coincidentally, I also did forget to pay my internet bill for several months, and I had to sort that out before I could stream again. Hang on, what the heck? Why isn't this? This isn't where I want it to be. No. Hang on now. Why can't I? Maybe this. No, that doesn't work either. What if I just moved it? Yeah, there we go. That. That's not really that much better, but whatever. But what we were just watching here, the stream intro, was. Hang on, now I can already see the chat's frozen. Refresh. Okay, great. We were just watching this little guy. This is Philobot, the Philobot channel. Little video essay about They Live knew the yuppie would win. Good stuff. I'm gonna give this put the URL in the chat one more time. Yeah, I love this movie. They Live. It's so good. I like how he put it at the beginning, because it's a movie about waking up, and like waking up can be used for like so many different things. Kind of like the Matrix, like red pill metaphor. Like, I bet if we had, if They Live had come out in like 2000 instead of the Matrix, we would be probably talking about like sunglasses and shit instead of red pill stuff, because it's a perfect metaphor for that. And the red pill, similarly, like take the red pill and wake up to the real world, is. Like I read this book about I read a book about meditation and Buddhism. It's called Why Buddhism is True, and in the book he uses the red pill metaphor as like waking up to like how helpful meditation is, and it's kind of funny because he's like, in the book he's like he definitely doesn't know about, you know, Curtis Yarvin and all those, you know, pickup artist types and stuff that were using the men's rights sphere that started using red pill to mean waking up to our thing, because he says in it something like, oh, I thought of a really clever thing that I'm going to use the red pill to mean this. But like think about all the different guys that wake up, right? There's like Wake Up Sheeple, the classic kind of, you know, 90s conspiracy theorist Bill Cooper type guy. There's Woke, stay woke, you know, wake up, remain awake to your oppression, and you know, understand the forces that are trying to keep you down. Like all of these things have the same kind of metaphor. It's interesting, you know, like woke. I mean, the right just use woke to be like, woke's bad. We hate woke. We don't like woke at all. But they could have co-opted it. That was another option available to them. They could have co-opted it and used it as like, no, actually, we're the ones who are woke. We are the ones who are woke because we're red-pilled and we're not sheeple like you guys. We have the sunglasses from They Live. But yeah, anyway, a little tangent there. But I thought this was a cool video. They Live knew the yuppie would win. Philobot, good stuff. Let's check out this guy's channel. What else he got? Oh, he's got another video about They Live. Oh wait, no, yeah. He's got a few different They Live, a couple different They Lives. The reason every argument goes nowhere. Whoa. What a broad thing to explain. Pluribus. Sick. Okay, I like that show too. Ooh, misinformation. Is Mr. Information there too? Cool. No, it seems like a good channel. Seems cool. Guy's got a cool shirt with a zip up pocket of some kind here. Can't quite tell. But yes, by all indications, lots of gold on this channel. Yeah, toss him a subscription. Woke is the modern version of the Blob. What? I'm not. I don't know what you mean, but I would love to. It's easy writing for conspiracy theorists. Yeah. I wonder if I can find David Icke talking about it. They Live, because David Icke loves They Live. Yes, here we go. Found it. Hang on now. I can get you guys this. Let's watch David Icke talk about it. Oh wait, there's one where there's a 12-minute one, or there's a. Look at this. Oh my God, look at the title of this video. This is from Icke Reacts channel. They Live and Matrix are documentaries. From this guy. You know, this is why I always say, like, this is one of my go-to examples on how conspiracy theories and political satire are kind of, I don't know, twins separated at birth. Like they are so related. Okay, there's actually so many videos of David Icke talking about They Live. They live? Yes, they do. The thumbnail is awesome. They live? Yeah, you could say that. I guess you could say they live. Who are they? The historical evidence. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, like this is a political satire about capitalism, and David Icke believes in lizard people, and he sees it and he's like, yes, exactly. This movie is telling you the truth. But I really don't want to watch one of the 10-minute ones. So let's watch this one from 11 years ago. Just him looking.
Hello and welcome to this video cast for subscribers to davidicke.com. Well, over the years, there's been two movies that have mirrored my own research in such a way that I was taken aback when I watched them and saw these visual representations of what I've been writing about for a long time.
Yo, really? Okay, hang on. This is actually throwing me off here. Not even in a bad way. I didn't know this. Okay, Some Dare Call It Conspiracy. One of the two hosts worked for David Icke. I would love to check that out. Okay, I'm going to write that down. Some Dare Call It Conspiracy. That sounds right up my alley. Thanks for the recommendation. Yeah, they always use the word documentary to describe the film. But yeah, like I don't know. It's kind of like an old, kind of stock joke where you're like, oh yeah, from the documentary, and you'll say like a fiction movie, like, oh yeah, from the documentary Avatar, the documentary fucking Sherlock Holmes by Guy Ritchie, whatever. But no, they really mean it. They're like, no, it is a documentary. It documents the truth.
One was, of course, The Matrix.
The
Matrix trilogy in general, where people were living a false reality.
The whole trilogy.
Believing it to be real. And as a result of that, they were controlled and herded and manipulated and directed by that which was controlling the false reality.
Okay. Also, check out this painting in the background here. This is the cover of one of his books. What's it called? The Lion Sleeps No More, something like that. It's like a long ass title. A lot of his books have Human Race, Get Off Your Knees. The Lion Sleeps No More. This was what's her name? Who's the woman that wrote The Color Purple? Toni Morrison, I think. Is that right? Oh, jeez, I can't quite remember. But she was asked once in an interview, what's your favorite book? What book would you recommend to everyone? And she was like, probably Human Race, Get Off Your Knees, The Lion Sleeps No More by David Icke. That was the one she recommended. But yeah, a lot of his book titles are quite long. Anyway, that's apropos of nothing. But all right, let's continue.
I suggest, as I go into detail in my books and in the Wembley event, and the video of that's going to be available very soon.
Okay.
I go into detail about the fact that I'm saying that is precisely the theme of our reality and why our reality is as it is.
Right.
But the other film that
Here we go.
goes back further,
I wonder what
came
it
out
could
in
be.
1988, which really captures the themes of what I'm talking about and what I'm suggesting is going on here, was one that was nothing like as big as The Matrix and as promoted as The Matrix, but it was brilliantly accurate in the way it portrayed the society that it did, and it was called They Live. And I'll talk a bit more about the storyline in a second, but basically...
Still waiting for him to explain. Okay, here we go. I guess I should have cut 2 minutes into the video.
It's the fact that a non-human race was controlling human society by hiding behind human form. And a bit like the theme of the Avatar movie, where the American military were infiltrating the society of the Na'vi, the blue people, by taking on a blue person outside form. And therefore, people are being infiltrated without realizing that some force that's not from them is doing the infiltrating. So it was kind of interesting to me this week when someone sent me a clip of an interview, in fact, the whole interview, but there was a certain clip in it that I'm talking about, by Roddy Piper. Roddy Piper was the actor who starred in They Live. And in this interview, he said, in effect, that They Live was not a film. It was like a documentary. It was like telling the story as it really is. And mentioned that I, in many ways, used that movie as a theme template for explaining what I'm saying is going on. And then actually Roddy Piper was saying, well, that is what's going on. And I remember when I first saw They Live, and the producer, director that did everything to make it possible guy was a fellow called John Carpenter. And when I watched it, I thought, either that guy's got real lucky or he has a very good idea what's going on. I suspect the latter. And I remember someone years later wrote to John Carpenter and said, look, this bloke David Icke is saying that actually...
Mandy Moorhall. The history of all hitherto existing societies is a history of y'all struggling to understand satire. On satire by some dude named Mandy Moorhall from some book about towels. Okay. That's a funny quote. But wait, you got a book on satire? Wait, sorry. On satire is the chapter in the book or something? I like the quote though. Yeah, I know you're a writer though, right, Mandy?
They Live is based on fact. And he said, "Oh no, the aliens."
Okay, so this is him talking to John Carpenter.
To John Carpenter and said, "Look, this bloke David Icke is saying that actually They Live is based on fact." And he said, "Oh no, the aliens in the movie hiding behind human form were symbolic of the Republican Party." Well, anyone who's seen They Live, you are in a laugh. So, and I think when you watch John Carpenter's filmmaking
is that what he said?
History, that guy's got a very good idea of much of what's happening. That's my view anyway. So, They Live, and there are so many movies coming out now that are symbolizing the society that the global cabal want to introduce.
Who is the
it's
satirist?
Kind of preparing people to accept it, getting people familiar with it, so we won't resist it as much as we would otherwise. But They Live, The Matrix 2, but They Live is operating at another level. It's symbolizing the.
This is what I love about David Icke, is his ability to, like, people will tell him directly what they're trying to say, and he'll be like, yes, well, you're almost right. like, what do you mean? It's like, yes, I can tell you're lying about your own movie. Same with similar thing with Kathy O'Brien telling him, no, there weren't real lizard people. It was a hologram projected by George H.W. Bush of him turning into a lizard. That was what, and he's like, yes, but according to my research, you're wrong about that. And that was actually a real lizard man.
The very force.
Like, he's got an idea. He's done his research. He's studied this phenomenon. He knows. And he knows that John Carpenter actually does know about the lizards and has figured out a way to tell the world, except for he had to pretend that it was about the Republican Party. Did Carpenter really say that it was about the Republican Party?
That he's actually behind all this, and why human society is the nonsense, the inversion, the grotesque inversion of how human society could be.
Yeah. Since Roddy Piper had to deal with Vince McMahon, I imagine They Live was a breeze. Yeah. Nice. Cool. Yeah. Okay. So I got your essay here, Mandy Moorhall. This thing, right? On satire, Mandy Moorhall. Cool. I will check this out for sure. And so this is like kind of like a video essay of it or something? Or is this you here? A video of you talking about it?
Satirist's genuine meditation on the concept of satire.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool. I'll definitely check that out. You seem to know a lot about satire, huh? That's one of your areas of expertise. So very cool. I will check that out. But this is a makeup stream because yesterday didn't get through the stream I wanted to. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to go through. Now, one thing that's been happening to me lately is I've been getting this guy hitting me up on whatever, different apps, angry about my video about Pizzagate, posting in my comments being like, nobody watch this, this one sucks. Watch this instead, it explains it so much better. And the link he sends me to is this one. All right, it's from the YouTube channel Danny Jones, 1.23 million subscribers. I'll toss him this up. Why not? And so I'm kind of like, it's so long. It's 3 hours long. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Definitely not. But this is an interview. You ever move your eyeball so fast that it actually makes a whooshing noise? Whoosh, 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 like this. It's like, oh, is somebody sword fighting in here? No, that guy's just like looking around really fast. Anyway.
Ben Swann, nice to meet you, bro. Thanks
nice
for coming.
to meet you too, man. I love this place, by the way. It's amazing in here. So good.
Thank you, dude.
So good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
John Kiriakou.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't really know much about this, but okay. This is Danny Jones.
Recommended I get you on.
Good.
And talking
and
about.
Now this is this guy Danny Jones. Sorry, Danny Jones. Ben Swann. All right. This guy that like instantly when I see him, I'm like, I'm getting real cop vibes. You know, I'm like, oh. This guy's gonna ask me for my ID or something, or he's gonna like, I don't know, maybe he's like an undercover cop. I don't know, something about his physiognomy here, but this is from a podcast called Epstein's Classified VHS Tapes Would End Society. It's worse than you think. Ben Swann. I'm kind of like, who the heck is this guy? I don't know about him. I don't know. Anybody ever know about him? Anybody ever know about him? Anybody ever heard of this dude? I had never heard of him. And I'm looking him up, right? And I'm like, so I found his Twitter. Here, Epstein is Pizzagate. We've got this kind of like AI looking banner here. He's okay. He's got a lot of followers. He's got 250,000 followers. And he talks a lot about Pizzagate and Epstein, which are two of my favorite things. Well, not my favorite things, but two of my favorite topics. I don't know, two things that I am very interested in. He's got like an 8-minute video on Epstein. It's called Epstein is Pizzagate here. Also found this on his YouTube channel, which seems like pretty small, only 19.8K subscribers. Like even the guy I was shouting out before, Philibot, has 29.6K. You know, it's smaller than I would expect for a guy who clearly has like. I'll turn off the sound. He has like a full set. Like this looks like he's filming it on like the Hasan Minhaj's old show. What was that? Yeah, it's like a Netflix show, right? He's got like this reflective floor. There's real money going into this shit, you know? 69K views? Like that's not that good. It's not that good for like a full, I don't know. Is he like a weatherman or something? But apparently, no. Yeah, he used to be like a news anchor. So he explains it a little bit in here.
My corporate career was destroyed over it. So what?
So what? Not like I care. Not like I still dream of going back to my corporate career and I harbor any resentment towards the people that fired me.
Professional reputation was obliterated. That wasn't fun. And I wasn't the only one. Anyone who dared to suggest that this might be true was blacklisted, shadow banned, or thrown off of social media. But then, just days ago, the largest dump of Epstein files revealed what some of us have been telling you for a decade, that Pizzagate is real. Not that there is a...
Now, that is not what the Epstein files showed. I'm sorry. I got to interrupt. That isn't what they showed. Pizzagate's very much not real.
Pizza parlor at the center of a child trafficking ring. But that child trafficking rings, run by some of the most powerful people in the world, do exist.
Oh, okay.
Tonight, I want to remind you of what I told you then. And
okay, if that's how you define Pizzagate being real, then yeah.
Compare that to what we have now learned. Well, Pizzagate.
But so this guy used to be like an actual. It looks like a morning show or something, right?
Became a major story weeks ago when an armed man decided to investigate a D.C. area pizza place for himself. This man right here, he carried a rifle into a pizza parlor and then fired it at the floor. Media is telling you the entire story is a hoax or fake news. But what does that even mean? I spent the last month investigating. So what exactly is...
Like, I'm just like, it looks like, I don't really know what his deal is or what his backstory is, but this gives me like morning show vibes. This gives me like, you know, it cut from like, you know, likable, you know, middle-aged woman learning how to make chalupas with the guest chef. I'm like, all right. And now let's go over to the reality check with Ben Swann. And then it cuts to him like across the studio and he's like, hey, everybody. Now I do think that Hillary Clinton may be an evil witch performing evil rituals in an evil pizza restaurant basement. And here's why. Starts putting up a bunch of like fucking 4chan posts on the weatherman board behind him. Now, if you look here, you'll clearly see that whatever, like, you know, I'm getting this vibe. I'm not 100% sure.
Pizzagate. Well, the story that came to be known as...
All right, anyway, so he put a little clip in there of his former life. But, yo, let's figure this out. Ben Swann. 2 N's. Wikipedia. Okay, an American television news anchor, investigative journalist, conspiracy theorist. He became a TV sports producer, later a news journalist and producer, managing editor on network affiliates Fox and RT America. Okay, he was on RT. Interesting. He created a news segment called Reality Check while working at WXIX-TV in Cincinnati. All right, so yeah, local news station, Fox affiliate. In which he covered issues other media is not looking at and uncritically presented alt-right conspiracy theories. He garnered praise for a 2012 in-person interview with President Barack Obama about the so-called kill list, which is used to direct drone strikes against American citizens. All right, okay, interesting. I mean, that sounds actually cool. That sounds good. That was in 2012. Swann reported on conspiracy theories about the 2012 Aurora, Colorado shooting. Okay. Questioned the truth of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. Okay, not good. Presented 9/11 conspiracies. Okay. And the false claims of a cover-up by the CDC of data related to the MMR vaccine and autism. Okay, so he's an anti-vaxxer from back in the day. He's also questioned the use of chemical weapons in the Syrian civil war, whether the United States had a role in the development of the Islamic State, and other controversial topics. Definitely seems like, yeah, I actually was thinking of him as a purely right-wing kind of a conspiracy freak. But this does seem, I mean, yeah, like overall, I would say probably yes, right-wing conspiracy guy. But it definitely has some of that RT vibe too, right? That, Assad, questioning the use of chemical weapons in the Syrian civil war, Barack Obama doing drone strikes. Like I'm guessing there's a little bit more to this guy. In 2017, after his then employer, WGCL TV in Atlanta, aired a reality check which presented the false Pizzagate conspiracy theory as potentially true. It's so insane. Swann was forced by WGCL to bring down his Truth in Media website and all of his social media. Oh, because I noticed that he's got on his Twitter, it says founder, CEO, Truth in Media and Sovereign Media. So he's got a lot of plates on the stove. Pots on the stove, plates in the air, whatever. Truth in Media. Let's see the website. And it don't exist. Oh, truthinmedia.com don't exist. Oh, maybe I can get this domain. Should I get it? Guys, should I get it? No, I can't get it. Domain taken. No, well, why did you tell me that I could get it? Whatever. Okay, truthful storytelling when it matters most. This doesn't exist anymore. Oh, but he's still posting, though. Oh, yeah, several posts just from today. That's weird that they don't even have a website, but they're still tweeting out articles. All right. And then Sovereign is, okay, Sovereign looks like it's sort of the same thing as Truth in Media, but it's based on the blockchain. Great. And does this one exist? Come on, Ben Swann. Show me you got it. Oh, nope. Don't exist either. Okay, so he had two websites. Neither of them exist anymore. That sucks. This one doesn't post anymore. The last post anyway was August 5th, 2024. Today, the media exists to confuse you, not inform you. Okay. All right. Man, what do I want to watch? Do I want to watch this or do I want to watch the interview? Making a decision here. Let's watch a little bit of this. Epstein is Pizzagate.
Pizzagate did not begin with a rumor, nor was it created by Macedonian sheep farmers, as CNN actually once claimed. It began with...
Wait, what? I missed that. You're saying that... Okay, so you're saying CNN said that Pizzagate was started by Macedonian sheep farmers? I've never heard that.
WikiLeaks, authentic, verified emails taken from the phone of the chairman of Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, John Podesta.
True.
Those emails were real. In all these years, by the way, no one has actually disputed that. Well, inside those emails were communications.
That's because there's nothing to dispute. That is true.
Communications that struck a lot of people, not just online commentators, but researchers and former law enforcement, as unusual to say the least.
These guys think cops are geniuses. They think every cop is a fucking geniuses. But I mean, like this guy looks like he grew up with two dads who were both cops. So I understand why he might think that.
References to pizza and to pizza handkerchiefs and to maps, to private gatherings involving powerful people. Some very bizarre stuff. In fact, the first people to draw attention to those emails were a group of self-proclaimed pedophiles on 4chan and 8chan who claimed that Podesta was using the same term.
Yeah, that's true, though. People forget that. Same with QAnon, where it's like, it didn't start out really as this anti-pedophile thing. It started out as like pedophile Occupy Wall Street, where they're like a bunch of broke like pedophiles living at home in their parents' basement, furious at these rich pedophiles who get away with everything. And they're like, this isn't fair,
terminology that they use to speak encoded language. And in
no, though, that isn't true. People weren't using pizza like that. They weren't using the hot dog, blah, 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 blah. It was cheese pizza along with many, many other CP things, specifically referring to child sexual abuse material, CSAM.
researching those emails, I found a 2010 entry into Urban Dictionary. It's still there, by the way. It confirms that cheese pizza is a commonly coded term for child pornography, CP.
You can see these images here.
Oh my God, this is him on his old local Fox News morning show, whatever it was, and he's going over the FBI report of pedophile symbols. Amazing.
The images. Notice this one on the end, the triangle. That image signifies something called boy love. The pizza place next door to Comet Ping Pong Pizza, Besta Pizza, well, this was their logo until only a few weeks ago. Clearly, you can see that the Besta logo actually contains the same image, I'm going to show you again, as that boy lover image.
His audience just immediately forgot. Wait, what was the picture again? What was it again? And he's like, and let me show you one more time. Yes, it is a triangle spiral. Try to keep those two concepts in your head for the next 10 milliseconds while I swipe over to the page with the Besta Pizza logo.
Interestingly, after Pizzagate investigators pointed
well, brother, why didn't you just put the two things on the same page? Why are you splitting them out like that?
this out, Besta Pizza changed their logo, and there it is now.
Yeah, but that's not a sinister thing. That's because they started getting a bunch of fucking insane people messaging them with death threats. And they're like, oh, fuck. All right, let's change the... They're like, and sure enough, after we had a harassment mob sent after them of the internet's most unhinged people, they changed their logo. Almost as if to prove that they were right all along.
Removed the triangle.
Yeah, 10 years ago, I was called a dangerous conspiracy theorist and a madman for claiming that pedophiles and possibly even pedophile elites might use coded language, even though it was online pedophiles who said that's exactly what they do. Which brings us back to this new Epstein release, because in it, the word pizza is mentioned 911 times. That's right, 911 times adults are...
9/11? Could this be 9/11? Could the pizza be connected to 9/11?
emailing back and forth about slices of pizza and about pizza parties. And the word pizza is often paired with grape soda in bizarre contexts within emails addressed to Epstein by individuals whose names have been most...
Yeah, this is from his, what is it? His urologist or somebody? Some doctor of his. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. And they genuinely seem to have a weird little inside joke where they would go and get pizza and grape soda.
Redacted. So here's one. Quote, "This is better than a Chinese cookie. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand." Or this one. "Mr. Epstein would like to see the menu from the pizza place. Could someone send it, please?" Or this one from 2014. "Sit down, because I know you won't believe this. Are you sitting? Jeffrey says he wants to go out to a pizza place with you. He did not mention a particular pizza place, but he knows you are in the know on this," with a little winking emoji.
Okay. All right. So let me just quickly bring you guys over to my... Oh, what on earth? Wait, why is it not... Oh, it seems to be frozen. Hang on now. Hang on. I gotta switch this up. There we go. Okay. So this is my old Obsidian board for Pizzagate stuff related to Epstein. We've got... here's the... This is better than a Chinese cookie. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. What time you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow? And texting each other, "Couldn't wait, grape soda pizza, traitor." You know, grape soda comes up quite a bit. I don't know, like 9 times or something in the full Epstein library. And this was all from the same guy, isn't it? And, you know, I would say the most likely thing is he just had an inside joke with one of his friends about how they both liked to eat pizza and drink grape soda. It's a weird thing. I don't know. Personally, I don't really like grape soda. So the whole thing where it's like, no one else can understand. Like maybe it's like Epstein and this guy are both like, "You like grape soda? Dude, no one likes grape soda. I love grape soda. Yo, we got to go get pizza and grape soda sometime." You know, like, is that so hard to believe? when Epstein's talking about like pedophile stuff in the emails, he doesn't use code. You know, he's pretty much is pretty straight up about it. It's like this sort of thing. I like to call this. It's something that conspiracy theorists like to do. Digging for sand at the beach. Okay, you're at the beach. You're surrounded by sand. You don't need the dig, and yet they are used to doing this little technique where they search for food words, and because you can do that for anyone's email. Do that for your email at home right now. Look up pizza. Don't even just look up pizza. Look up any kind of food, cookie, yogurt, chia seeds, whatever it is that you eat. Look that up and imagine an insane person reading that and substituting that word for like a child or some horrifying, sexual crime. You will be surprised at how guilty you can make yourself look with the right amount of, Pizzagate squint. So yeah, this is a little bit of nonsense in my opinion. We've got, Epstein was known to eat like shit. Here's a letter of him kind of like whining to his girlfriend, Karina Shuliak, in 2016 about like, hey, instead of telling Anna not to put up potato chips or buying something yourself or making something yourself or telling her what to make, you keep complaining. I said, put it out in front of me and I'll eat it. I don't want to hear more about food. You don't stop. Who's going to cook it? A chef can travel with you. I told you. I do not want people around me. Yada, 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 yada. You watch me eat shit and then do nothing but say Anna can't be in charge of food. I say, okay, you're in charge. No, I can't cook. You want things that taste good? I don't care. I will eat what you put in front of me. That's still not good enough. People like you have a chef. You don't want to talk to them like garters, boat captains, blah, 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 blah. I'm happy with an omelet and melted cheese sandwich. If you prefer something healthier, fine. I ate what's in the fridge. Yesterday, my dinner was month-old jerky. You see tuna and egg, salad, nothing else. And what do you do about it? Zero. Why? He's just sort of whining at her about complaining about his shitty diet. But he was known for this. One of his things was he would say like, was it him that said this or someone else? I can't remember. But someone said like, think about Jeffrey Epstein. You go over to his place and you'll be discussing quantum physics and eating pizza. Everybody's sitting around eating pizza or whatever. Like it was part of his thing. He ate like shit. He was obsessed with beef jerky. That's another thing. I wonder if Ben Swann will get into that. I'll save the beef jerky section if we do decide to, if he does get into it. Let's continue here. Epstein is Pizzagate.
All of the emails that I just shared with you were from 2014, right about the same time period of the John Podesta emails that WikiLeaks published and started the entire Pizzagate saga.
Now let's talk about the Podesta brothers, because remember, it was John Podesta's email that was hacked. In those leaked Podesta emails, John Podesta talks about his close relationship with Dennis Hastert, the former Speaker of the House, who was recently sentenced to 15 months in prison for abusing boys years ago.
Yeah, well, speaking of the Podesta brothers, again, there was no direct evidence of them being involved in child sex trafficking from those emails. But
no, I actually didn't expect him to say that. All right. Okay. Yeah, good. Good work.
As we pointed out at the time, there was a lot of bizarre communication, including an email from John Podesta to his brother Tony. The subject line, "Last night was fun," and the first line reads, "Still in torture chamber." That email got really no attention 10 years ago, but today...
No, it got a lot of attention 10 years ago when people were freaking out about it on 4chan and Twitter and, wherever else attention could be paid to something like that. But, yeah, I mean, that is also like a nothing email to me as well. It's like, I had a great time last night, still in torture chamber. Like, it's like, okay, so they went out, they had a good time last night. Maybe they were drinking or whatever. He's a little hungover, and he was probably like, probably last night he was like, oh God, tomorrow is going to be torture. I've got all these meetings. Oh, I've got to meet with fucking all these donors, or I got to talk to Hillary Clinton, and she goes, yammering on. Like that's what that was. Obviously, like clearly. And I'm not trying to say these people are good people. I don't like them. I don't like any of them. I think they're all evil. Okay, they're all evil demons, but they're not fucking. He doesn't mean torture chamber. He's not gonna be like with his fucking executioner mask and it like with a bunch of children like stretched out on the chain, things on the wall, and messaging his brother being like, oh, I had a good time last night. I'm at the torture chamber right now torturing children. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You're going to use their work email for that? No.
A 2009 email.
Like, don't they use code? Is your whole thing that they use code?
Jeffrey Epstein is getting a lot of attention as it asks, where are you? You okay? I love the torture video.
To the fall.
That one is weird. I will say that one is weird. I don't know what that's about. I actually have no idea. And that one does creep me out.
Out from the latest release of the Jeffrey Epstein documents. They include communications between the rich and powerful, from the co-owner of an NFL team to billionaires like Elon Musk.
CNN teams are carefully sifting through the largest, and what the Justice Department says is the last, batch of Jeffrey Epstein files.
Friday's release of millions of pages related to Jeffrey Epstein provided a closer look at his connection to world elites from Hollywood to Washington, Wall Street to Buckingham Palace. And
I thought you said fucking at first. Buckingham Palace.
It's from Hollywood to Washington, Wall Street to Buckingham Palace.
Okay, definitely Buckingham Palace. But yeah, no, exactly. Choel. Sorry, don't know how to say that exactly. Pizza oven for reheating leftovers. Surely you meant child oven for human pies. Spaghetti is delicious. Now replace spaghetti with fetuses. Not so wholesome now, is it? Yeah, no, very much so.
Beyond.
Yeah, well, all those so-called news anchors and their newsrooms for a decade.
Doesn't this seems like the whole thing is like less about Epstein and his Pizzagate and more about his own like sour grapes from being fired from his Fox affiliate job for reporting on Pizzagate.
Blacklisted this topic. They conditioned you to live in ignorance. They called it a conspiracy. They called me and so many others.
Like, yeah, they called you crazy because you were reporting fucking 4chan posts as verified fact on the news, on the regular news. You weren't on fucking InfoWars or shit like that. You were on the Fox affiliate fucking local news channel. You guys are supposed to be doing news reports about like a local animal does something cute. You're not supposed to be talking about it like fucking child torturing basements in pizza parlors. That's not your beat, man. That's not your beat. You can't be mad about this. You're gonna cover for fucking 4chan posts if they're news. Did you do any posts about fucking chicken nuggies? What were all your reports on the pedo bear? Did you go over all the different memes you saw that day? And now the reality check with Ben Swann. According to Good Guy Greg, Good Guy Greg has been shown to be a guy who will always smoke you up even if he only has a little bit of weed left. He'll always give you greens on the bowl he himself packed. Come on now, Ben. You can't be mad, all right? Can't be mad.
Dangerous.
Also, Ben, I don't know if you know this. This symbol you have behind you does mean boy love. You have a boy love symbol behind you. I'm sure you didn't realize that, but you are currently signaling to other pedophiles that you are a pedophile that loves boys. That is what you're saying when you are in front of a symbol like that. And I know you probably didn't know that, and you probably just thought it was a cool swirly design, but I recommend you change that to just a regular triangle as soon as possible.
For even looking.
For all that is here, there has not been one single public investigation of any of this. Not from local police, not from the FBI, no one. And that has to be the big question. Not for Podesta or...
This is how you know he wasn't actually up on the lore, because according to fucking Pizzagate theory, the FBI was investigating this, and there were the two factions of the FBI, the good guys and the bad guys, and it was an internal coup within the FBI of the pro-Trump good guys that hate pedophiles, and the evil Hillary pedophile section of the FBI, and so the FBI was investigating this.
For pizza parlor,
according to the, not in reality, not in reality, but according to the people that he believes.
Parlor owners, but for law enforcement, based on what may be or may not be here, the big question is, why hasn't any investigation taken place?
Well, 10 years later.
Oh, was he in, he was a local news anchor in D.C.? Was that where he was? Oh, okay.
No investigation ever took place. It's a failure of a complicit government.
Atlanta.
And also of a corporate media that didn't just ignore this evil. They helped to cover it up and keep it operating in the shadows. See,
wow. Okay, this whole thing is just a video essay about how he's like mad. He's like, I was fired for no reason, by the way. Just because I talked a little bit about 4chan posts on the local news. That dude committed suicide not long ago? Who? Ben Swann? No, he did. No, he's still alive. I got his Wikipedia page right here. Yeah. No, he's alive. Sorry, where were we?
Refusing to engage honestly in 2016 by choosing mockery over investigation, by silencing questions instead of asking them. They created the very environment where this evil could thrive. See, they didn't kill bad information as they pretended. They guaranteed it would survive. See, I wasn't censored the way that I was because my reporting was false. I was censored because it was dangerous. Dangerous to narratives, dangerous to reputations, dangerous to a media culture that had grown comfortable acting as a gatekeeper rather than a watchdog. See, the unspoken rule was simple. Some questions are not allowed. Not because they're wrong. No. Because
they're
they
right.
lead to the truth.
The questions were right. And they lead to the truth.
And the truth? Pizzagate. At least in the form of a cabal of elites and powerful people who delight in the physical and sexual abuse of children, is real. Remember how we started. Epstein is Pizzagate.
But no, that's where you're wrong.
But the other reality it's time to accept, Pizzagate is much more and much bigger than just Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. So then Epstein isn't Pizzagate. Epstein is part of Pizzagate. So yeah, I mean, like, in a sense, I agree. Also, okay, now we're getting a big look at his studio here. Look at this. Huge. This guy's there's like money. There's money here. Whatever this guy's grievances are, he's getting funding. Look, see all those lights at the top there? Look at this lighting setup. That's like a lot of, what do you call these? Fresnels, I think. That's just the backlighting setup. This guy has a professional set. Honestly, it looks pretty cool. And like the reflections and everything. It is pretty sick. Although, yeah, obviously AI for all this stuff. This is clearly an AI backdrop. So they didn't have a ton of funding for this, but whatever. It's cool how the pizza is like, they did half a pizza and it gets completed in the reflection. Interesting. I don't know if that was intentional, but it worked. Yeah, Russian RT propagandist cash. Yeah, that could be, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, this guy's on the same payroll as the guys on like the Gray Zone or whatever. Interesting. Yeah, so Epstein is Pizzagate. Like, yeah, Pizzagate and Epstein share like some common DNA. Like they share some similar things. In fact, the very first Pizzagate post involved Epstein. It mentions the Lolita Express. It says that Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton rode the Lolita Express many times. It's true about Bill. It's not true about Hillary, as far as we know. But that was the original Pizzagate post, and things eventually spiraled out of control and became about how every politician in the Democrat Party is, an evil satanic pedophile. And Donald Trump hates pedophiles and is actually against them and is fully like, like evil. And the reason why that happened was because in my research, my theory is, and you can watch my 3-hour-long Pizzagate video if you want to know more about this. My theory here is that the Trump campaign was being like hit again and again and again, like every day. More women were coming out saying that they were sexually assaulted by Trump every single day leading up to the election in October. The fucking Access Hollywood tape dropped where Trump's bragging about grabbing women by the pussy. When you're a star, they let you do it. They don't even, just move in on them. I don't even wait, whatever. He's bragging about sexual assault on tape. All this shit's happening, right? The Trump campaign needs to hit back. They know that Trump's vulnerable to the Epstein shit, so they concoct this crazy theory with the help of a bunch of anonymous, Trump sympathetic people on 4chan. They concoct this theory that becomes so big, bigger than Trump, bigger than everyone. It becomes huge. It goes from Pizzagate to QAnon to, whatever it is right now, where people are furious and they want to know, and people are reading about Epstein, who is legitimately an elite pedophile, who hung out with Bill Clinton and John Kerry and, all these like Democrat politicians and Donald Trump, but no one talks about the Donald Trump part. No one else talks about the Donald Trump part. And like, to be like, to come to 2026, look through the Epstein files and be like, oh shit, the Epstein files show the Pizzagate was true. It's like, no, the Epstein files show the germ of truth that Pizzagate used as a weapon to hide the truth, to make Trump into a hero. Like, you'll notice he doesn't mention Trump at all here. I don't know if he is like, okay, so this 3-hour thing here, I'd be curious, what does he think about Trump? Is he a Trump guy? I actually, I'm assuming he is, but I don't know. Let's see, Trump. Okay, so I don't think he is a Trump guy. All right, let's hear this.
The Middle East had been, again, nobody in news was really doing this at the time. No one in politics was doing it, right, until 2016 when Trump finally said it.
Was there a political
Trump finally said what? Sorry. No one... They want to know. Sorry, I'm just trying to scan the information here. Topics. Who's weighing in on that? The audience. Talking about what a disaster the war in the Middle East. So he thinks that no one in politics said that the wars in the Middle East were bad until Trump said it. That's not true at all. But what else? Okay, a lot of people feel betrayed by the Trump administration.
Completely do a 180.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of people feel betrayed by the Trump administration.
I feel like a lot of people feel betrayed by the Trump administration. This guy's got like a Steve-O voice. This guy's like done all the exact same drugs as Steve-O.
Because he came in and his whole idea, just 30,000 foot idea, was to end corruption. Mm-hmm. It was drain the swamp, right?
Yep.
And it was...
Yeah. Pizzagate fundamentally was only Dems. It was, that was a pretty major part of it.
Was to prosecute all the crimes.
It's so fucking stupid because like even in 2016, there are photos of Trump hanging out with Epstein. There's even more now, but like even back then, you could read Filthy Rich, you could get a bunch of shit and figure out that Epstein did seem to be very close friends with Trump. But the whole time they're like, no, he was just becoming close friends with him to learn about him. Oh, he was only doing that, whatever. He was a white hat. He was a white hat pedophile. He was like pedophile Dexter, okay? He's a pedophile that only molests other pedophiles, all right? That's how he was trying to get to the bottom of it, all right? He was trying to save the children, okay? Yeah, he was going to try. It was a trolley problem where he was like, okay, I got to molest a few kids to save a larger number of kids. That's what Trump is doing there. You gotta fucking open your eyes to what the mainstream media is lying to you about. All right? Wake up. Okay? Put on the They Live glasses and then look at those photos of Trump and Epstein again, and you'll see that only one of them has a skull face and the other one is actually just his friend, but only his fake friend, and it's actually not real.
Of people that did, insider trading, whatever it may be, just corruption in general, secrecy. Mm-hmm. And it's just the complete fucking opposite, man.
It is.
It is the swamp. And that's why I feel like...
Okay, I don't really care what Danny Jones has to say. I don't know who he is. I don't know anything about him. I want to hear Ben Swann. But Ben Swann seems to be going, yeah.
I feel a lot, not just me, a lot of people really feel betrayed.
Oh, yeah.
By all this shit, man.
I just came down from Kentucky. I spent the week up there covering the Thomas Massey primary. Interviewed Massey on Monday, day before, and then was at his event. And, the guy he was running against, this Ed Gowron, it was just a joke.
Who is that guy?
It's a joke. He refused to debate. 8 debates.
Okay, so he sort of changes the topic off of Trump there. Or I don't know if he did that on purpose. Maybe he just got ADD, ADHD. Talking about, okay, no. this is funny. They're talking about Gaza. All right, hang on.
Bringing us into,
okay, no, I don't care about this. I do want to find out what he thinks about Trump, whether you like him or you don't. Still talking about Thomas Massey. Come on. The Brazilian model who exposed Melania Trump. Now, I know about this. I'm annoyed that I'm still not sure what his thing on Trump is. What if I go to his page? Is there anything here about Trump? Does seem like he's maybe what were we not told about 9/11? Former CIA agent exposes the truth about 9/11. We knew it all along. This is where COVID really started. Zelensky did it in a lab. Okay. This might be the biggest cover-up in history. Will AI take our jobs? I've encountered these beings. Aliens. UFO files. He who controls the weather controls the world. It's all the same. Okay, this one he talks about Trump, I guess. Trump, Obama, Biden, they're all the same. Real quick, gang.
Because just days after the reported shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in D.C., lawmakers and the
So these are just clips from a longer show he's got?
Administration are moving at the speed of light to capitalize on what they are calling a crisis. And that crisis is one of too much free speech in America. Yeah, you heard that right. Speech that now the so-called right is saying must be limited because it's dangerous. First, listen to President Trump responding to the shooting on 60 Minutes Sunday night.
You go back 20 years, 40 years, 100 years, 200 years, 500 years. It's always been there. People are assassinated. People are injured. People are hurt. And I'm not sure that there's any more now than there was. I do think that the hate speech of the Democrats, much more so, is very dangerous. I really think it's very dangerous for the country.
Hate speech from the Democrats. He is blaming hate speech from the other side of the aisle for the shooting. But maybe it's not just Democrats. Maybe it's also anyone who disagrees with the administration or the war in Iran or the unwillingness to release all the Epstein files. Here's Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
The political violence and rhetoric has got to stop. And that's something President Trump said right after the incident on Saturday night. It's something that Carolyn Leavitt talked about a couple hours ago. It is something that is, when you have a president who and many people in this room, if we're going to be honest about it, have done it as well. They're just as guilty as a lot of people on X. When you have reporters, when you have media just being overly critical and calling the president horrible names for no reason and without evidence, without proof, it shouldn't surprise us that this type of rhetoric takes place.
Again, that's the highest ranking law enforcement official in the country. Todd Blanche.
What does Todd Blanche think rhetoric means? He's like, when you have people saying these things, it shouldn't surprise us that this type of rhetoric takes place. It's like, yeah, the rhetoric is the talking. Do you think rhetoric means violence?
Just saying the media and those on social media and broadcast media are responsible for everything that led up to what happened on Saturday night. It's interesting because here's what the media has been doing. In a lot of cases, they've been asking whether or not...
Yeah, okay. I can't figure out what this guy thinks about Trump. He's too slippery. He keeps moving it away from Trump. But I'm getting the sense that he realizes that his audience is pissed at Trump and is trying to figure it out. But I would like to listen to a little bit of this interview here. He talks a lot about Pizzagate in this. The Epstein scandal, the origin of Pizzagate, the cheese pizza code, DC Pizzeria, symbols linked to Pizzagate, cannibalism, Epstein's darkest, Hillary Clinton's deposition. I mean, God, I kind of want to watch this entire thing, but no. Oh, this whole long section, Epstein is absolutely alive. Let's hear it.
Suicide, murder, or still alive?
These two guys, both with the scratchy ass voices.
Okay. You want me to tell you where I am first?
Please.
I think he's still alive.
Yep.
Yeah. I would say I'm 90% that he's still alive, 10% that he was killed.
Okay, based on what? Based on what? Like just your feelings?
I was 99% he was killed. until I met someone through the Pizzagate stuff we're working on.
Okay.
Who says he is absolutely alive.
Really?
And
did this person have any evidence?
Great question.
This
Danny.
person is giving me their
Oh my God, you're talking so slow. He's like, well,
belief based upon someone else who's very close to them. And the person who's very close
like, does this person have any evidence? Yeah, they have a friend who told them.
to them would absolutely know.
Really?
Okay.
So then now I'm like completely unsure. So I went from being like 99% sure he's dead to now being like, if he's dead, then yeah, but otherwise probably like 10% sure he's dead.
Well, why'd the FBI release the wrong footage of the wrong jail cell?
No, they didn't.
Number one.
The
And why?
fuck are you talking about? The wrong footage of the wrong jail cell. You don't. And why did he say? He's supposed to be the expert. They didn't release the wrong footage. They had only one camera working there. It doesn't show his jail cell. They didn't just like, oh, sorry, whoops, we released the wrong footage. No. They say the camera in front of Epstein's jail wasn't working. So they have this other camera across the fucking common area where it's looking at the stairs leading up to Epstein's cell. We can't see Epstein's cell.
I have an edit on it because the photo they released after he died was a different jail cell.
Yes.
No, what?
And
yes. What are you talking about? That's not true.
Why?
I know. I mean, maybe it is true. I don't know. I hadn't heard that.
Well, on his autopsy, were they saying they examined his prostate?
Yeah.
When the guy didn't have a fucking prostate.
Correct.
And that was,
Oh, dang it. Okay, we did go over this one too. I forget which of the many Epstein Obsidian boards I have where we talked about this. Jeez. Epstein Alive? Maybe was it in here? Yeah. It must have been in this one. Hang on. So yeah, bunch of different, we have some different information. Okay, those are the IP addresses from 4chan. What was this one? No, that's a deep fake of Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh yes, is this it? No, that's the thing where they had the decoy body, which they actually did have, which is a little weird. I'm looking for the thing on the prostate specifically. So, no, that's a YouTube video. This is, I think, yeah, more about the guard. Oh, dang it. Is it not on here? No, I thought it was on here. I thought for sure it was going to be on here. Doesn't appear to be on here. Ah, crap. Well, I guess not. Okay. But we did go over this, I remember. There's a couple of... Oh, is this it? Yeah. Okay. The medical examiner who studied Epstein's... Oh, and I didn't... that's annoying. Because I did look these up back in the day. But, hang on. Copy URL. Let's just get this over into Chrome where it belongs. Yes. So there's this dissident media thing. Oh, and thank you, dissident media. They do give us the EFTA numbers. That's helpful. Can I look these up quickly? Remains to be seen. I would love some vibe-coded website where I can just quickly toss in EFTA numbers. Oh, no, not this one. What one was I looking for? Quickly toss in EFTA numbers and then get, like, immediately... No, that's not it either. Crap. Steam library? If I just type in this, will it get me what I'm looking for? EFTA. No, it doesn't. Okay. Well, maybe I can just Google it or, DuckDuckGo it. Is this the right one? 285-3705. 285-3705. No, wait, what was it? 285-0705? 3705. Sorry, gang. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're going to find these. But basically, okay, so there's all these different things here. Here's Jeffrey Epstein's official, autopsy report from the FBI, if it'll ever load. It does say he's got a prostate. The prostate is slightly and diffusely enlarged. Okay? Now, we've also got shit like this, which is a transcript of a conversation, I guess, between Epstein and some other people. Okay, well, let me just quickly find that. This seems right, yeah? Oh, loaded up so quick. So, yeah. So, this is him talking to, I don't know, someone named Richard. I feel like we knew this. Why are they ignoring the huge tattoo on his chest, the decoy property of the Clinton family? But in this interview, he's talking to some people who are, I don't know, they're talking about like health and medicine and stuff. And Epstein's like, they're talking about like health, right? So if someone really wanted to start a new race of superiorly intelligent people, they would prefer to only have cesareans, right? Cesarean sections. Well, that's a fucking weird thing to hear in the middle of a conversation. But they're talking about prostate, whatever, prostate enlarged. But they're saying like, okay, the argument against testosterone, blah, blah, blah. They're talking about creating, I guess, like a superior race, which is kind of interesting. And so this part, the way that it's clipped, right? The way that you always see it is like this, where they don't give you the context. It just says somebody's talking to Epstein, goes, you can have high testosterone and still have a need for Viagra because you don't have a prostate, right? Epstein, correct. Okay, so in the actual thing, if you look at the context, they're talking like generally, like vaguely about things. And when they're saying you, when they're using like the sort of second person thing, right? Like if you take testosterone, what you do is turn off the cells. If you take, you know how you do that? Like if you and your friend are talking like, yo, what would happen if you like ate so much fucking pizza that you like, maybe I shouldn't use pizza. Let me try that again. You're talking to your friend. You're like, yo, what would happen if you like ate so many donuts that you like, could you like turn into a donut? And he's like, yeah, you've eaten like 10,000 donuts, right? So he's like, at that point, it's like your DNA, you're going to become more donut than man, right? It's like that kind of conversation. Like that's how they're using that pronoun. And it's like, when you clip it out of context, when you take just that section, it's like, it sounds like he's saying, well, you don't have a prostate, so you would still need Viagra. But that isn't what he's saying. He's not saying literally you don't have a prostate, right? When you see the whole thing here, if you do things carefully, it's probably better. The argument against testosterone, I'm hardly an expert on this or anything. It's remarkable how well I've done given my ignorance. It's outstanding to be at times. And others around you. If you take testosterone, what you do is you turn off the cells in the hypothalamus to pituitary axis. So the cells are basically shut down. Epstein says, it's that FSH, LSH deal, right? Exactly. And it's not clear what other effects the hormones are having that aren't replaced by testosterone. So the advantage of taking testosterone, there are two different things. You can have high testosterone and still have a need for Viagra because you don't have a prostate, right? Jeffrey, correct. So that's an extreme example. Like they're like totally fucking pie in the sky. They're not being real. They're not literally saying Epstein doesn't have a prostate. Does that make sense? And what was the other one? Oh, a lab test result. And this one is from a medical test that Epstein had done. Let me pull this up real quick. Can I just search it on the DOJ website maybe? Is that possible? I'll be so happy if this works. Ah, fuck. Why not? How could it's the exact code. It's so hard to fucking find every individual file. But all right. Maybe we found it here. Yeah, this is it. So this is a lab, medical test result thing for Epstein, patient Jeffrey Epstein. So you'll notice, so it's got the results up here, and then it has like some words. And the words, in a lot of cases anyway, they just are automatically printed on everyone's like test results. So it doesn't actually reflect anything specifically to do with Jeffrey Epstein. So for example, over here, it's like folate, folic acid, serum. I have no idea what this stuff is. I'm not smart like this. Result 4.4. And then note, a serum folate concentration of less than 3.1 is considered to represent clinical deficiency. So it's not saying that his result is less than 3.1. It's just saying if it is, like that goes on everyone's thing, right? Okay. Because his thing is 4.4. So it wouldn't make sense for it to say that if it was applying to him. Does that make sense, guys? Chat. I guess I'm saying chat. Does that make sense, chat? Feel like a way more of a streamer. Okay, so you notice like this is how it goes. Right? Prostate specific AG. Now he has a prostate specific AG serum of 0.7. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but his result was 0.7. They're like, and your prostate number's 70%. Okay. I don't know what that means, but okay, that's the number he got. And then below this, according to the American Urological Association, serum PSA should decrease and remain at undetectable levels after radical prostatectomy. So they should be undetectable, but it's detected here. It's 0.7. The AUI defines biochemical recurrence as an initial PSA value 0.2 ng per milliliter or greater, followed by a subsequent confirmatory PSA value 0.2 ng per milliliter or greater. Values obtained with different assay methods or kits cannot be used interchangeably. Results cannot be interpreted as absolute evidence of the presence or absence of malignant disease. All right, so what I'm trying to say is right here we can tell he does have a prostate because he has a prostate number of 0.7, and if you have a value of 0.2 or greater, according to this thing, that means you got a prostate or you have biochemical, what is it? Recurrence, whatever that is. And apparently if you don't have one, it should be undetectable or it should at least decrease. So when people clip just the section here where it says, oh, after radical prostatectomy, look, Epstein had a prostatectomy. Look at this conversation. He had a, no, that isn't what it means. And if you'd looked at the full thing, I would think that would be obvious to you. But if you'd only seen, get the heck out of here. No. Pop up. Quit it. That's so annoying. Oh my God, I hate this. All right, but anyway, if you'd only seen this guy's tweet where he sort of cuts everything so you can't see it, like he cuts it literally right, he gives you just the stuff, like down here, radical prostate. He doesn't even... Notice that he's actually edited this one. So you get the top with Epstein's name and the bottom where it says radical prostatectomy, but he doesn't include the numbers. So a lot of people saw this fucking shit. How many views does this one have? How many views does it have? Can I not see? How come sometimes I can see views and sometimes I can't? Am I just not looking in the right spot? What the heck? Doesn't say? Huh. All right, well, whatever. 17,000 likes, 3.5 thousand shares. This is just one version of this. But yeah, no, complete bullshit, this whole claim. And yet here these guys are, both supposedly experts on Epstein. Or, well, I don't know about the Danny Jones guy. But the other guy's like, I've been censored by the fucking Illuminati. This guy's supposed to be the, Ben Swann's supposed to be a real expert. And he brings up this bullshit thing that's obviously like easily disproven. And he's just like, yep, no, he's still alive. It's like, brother, how are you going to talk about something for 3 hours? You don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
And why, on his autopsy, were they saying they examined his prostate?
Yeah.
When the guy didn't have a fucking prostate.
Correct.
And that was on paper. Oh, there's evidence where he's talking to his...
Wrong. Bad job. And like, I'm not saying that like, yes, Epstein was an elite pedophile. There are other elite pedophiles that swam in his circles. This is a fucking crazy thing. This is a real conspiracy. We should all be paying attention to this. We should all be trying to get to the bottom of this. Well, not everybody needs to be doing it, but like, not everybody needs to be going deep on this shit. But like, at least if this is your whole thing, you should know that this is fake. You should know that this part of it is not true. That if you're doing this, well, right now we're doing this whole thing on fucking Pizzagate, and I've talked to a guy who has a friend who says that Epstein's definitely still alive. So now I'm like 99% sure he's still. It's like, you should know the prostate thing is bullshit then. If you're talking to people who are connected to Epstein in some way, you should know that the fucking prostate thing was bullshit.
It was doctor saying, I don't have a prostate.
Yeah. Well, and they admit in the Epstein files, you can find the emails where they admit that they did not roll his body out.
Yes, that is true. And I can show you that part too. How do I do that? Yeah. We've got, this is from this is weird. This part's weird. Epstein's body. This is from the prison that he was at, the Metropolitan, whatever it's called. Due to the large news media presence outside the MCC, a male OCME official called and said he would be arriving at the loading dock with a black vehicle in order to thwart the media. Redacted used boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a human body, which was put into the white OCME vehicle, which the press followed, allowing the black vehicle to depart unnoticed with Epstein's body. And we've got the photos of that. I thought that I had these things here. This is annoying. Well, anyway, you can find photos of the body being carried out, and it's like some of them are a black vehicle, some of them are a white vehicle, and you can sort of see that there was a media presence. I admit that is weird, but I don't know. I guess they didn't want media. That seems fair enough to me, but yes, I will admit it was a little weird to read. There literally was a decoy Jeffrey Epstein body. Yeah.
That they put a bunch of boxes and things under a sheet and they rolled it out to trick the media.
Right. And why also on a Saturday morning when they wheel the body out of the back of the prison cell.
Okay, I don't really care too much about this, actually, I'm realizing. Ghislaine Maxwell is the what?
Did you see the thing that just came out? I think it was a couple of days ago.
What? No, here you go.
Traffic anyone. What is Ghislaine Maxwell doing in prison? And if the Epstein thing is all a hoax, what is she doing in prison? Why is she locked up?
Right.
No one says the Epstein thing is a hoax except for Donald Trump and the brain dead idiots that worship him.
You know, why does the DOJ not cut her a deal or release her, or why doesn't Trump pardon her?
Well, it does seem like maybe that's where he's heading. But
if you are Trump saying this is all a hoax, this is all fake, none of this is real, why would you let this woman continue to sit in prison?
Right, that's a good question.
Right, because she did nothing,
and she seems to be playing ball, right?
I mean, this is actually a good point. Sorry, I'm just so used to. There's a thing I do when I'm streaming with somebody that I don't think I like, where I'm just like looking for any little thing to make fun of them for. I'm gonna try to back off from that because I actually do agree with this. This sounded like a point that I've heard a lot that I don't. I think is a little ignorant, where they're like, "So Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison for trafficking children to no one." And it's like, well, okay, you don't know the case because Ghislaine Maxwell's trial was specifically about Epstein. There wasn't anyone else involved. It wasn't about trafficking children to any other elites, only to Epstein. They specifically concentrated on that in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. But no, that's actually a good point. Like, and it's only a useful point to argue with Trump. But like, somebody should bring that up to Trump. Where he's like, the Epstein thing is a hoax. Then what's Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for? Why don't you pardon her? Why don't you pardon her? If the whole thing's a hoax, why is she in prison? Like, that is actually a decent point. But only if you're arguing against the dumbest people alive. But yeah.
Like, she hasn't given up anything. Like, it seems like she's...
No, that's why she's still alive, I guess.
It seems like she really wants to do a deal.
But I think she makes the argument, too, that why would you keep me locked up? Kash Patel said in front of Congress, he said under sworn testimony that Jeffrey Epstein did not traffic anyone to anyone. He says nobody was trafficked.
Oh.
So if Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic anyone, what is Ghislaine Maxwell doing in prison?
Okay, no, that was... Oh, my God. So you don't even know this. Oh, Christ. So this guy isn't even familiar with the basic facts of the case. This is a specific thing during the trial where, like, there's a couple things with the trial where they were only interested in underage women, although they did interview Anushka as well, but because she was above age of consent in England when things happened, they were like, this one is not about the actual crime. This one is just about establishing a pattern, and the way that he groomed her and trafficked her was similar to, or not. Yeah. The way that Ghislaine Maxwell groomed her and trafficked her to Epstein was the same sort of strategy she used for these underage girls in America. But the case was not about a trafficking ring. The case was about Ghislaine Maxwell procuring underage girls to Epstein to be sexually abused. That's what the case was. So this is like, it sounds good. I mean, I'll grant you that. Like, if you're just trying to talk to people and get them generally outraged about Epstein, it sounds good. It's a useful. So Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison for trafficking children to no one? Like, but to the pedantic, like, Epstein nerds like myself, that is not true. Like, it sounds true. It sounds good, I suppose. But like, if you're an expert on this shit, you should know this. It's not the case. Like, this is exactly what I thought he was saying before. And I was like, actually, no, I'll give him credit. That is a good point. If Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic anyone, what is Ghislaine Maxwell doing in prison? She is in prison for trafficking girls to Jeffrey Epstein. That's what that is. That's how they avoided, admitting in a court, having a judge find that there were children trafficked to other people outside of Jeffrey Epstein. That is how they did that. I mean, it makes sense from a legal perspective because that would have been a lot harder to prove, whereas proving that girls were trafficked to Epstein, a lot easier. But people can't keep saying this seriously. Like,
And if you're the head of the FBI, wouldn't you make a move to get her released?
Mm-hmm.
Because she's in prison for trafficking women
to Epstein.
Exactly.
There's this, and this is where the whole thing just gets so convoluted.
So this guy he's like, I've been doing research on this for years. I think his research is just like memes. It's just like reading tweets and memes and stuff. Because everything is so surface level. He doesn't go beyond anything. He doesn't actually know what he's talking about here.
So when people like Todd Blanche will sit there and say, I'm not even sure what we're talking about. Well, I guess we're not, because there isn't actually an official position on anything. There's no official position on who Jeffrey Epstein was, what he did. Did he commit any crimes? Did he traffic anyone? Mm-hmm. Did he abuse anyone?
Well, if you look at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial again, Epstein died before he was able to be taken to trial and for there to be an official position in that way. If you look at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, they do find that he was a pedophile. He was abusing young girls. He was having Ghislaine Maxwell traffic girls to him. He had a whole pyramid scheme of abuse set up. That's like, I'm not like, I don't really know what he means. There's no official position on this. Does he want the White House to have a page? The official position on Jeffrey Epstein. He was a bad guy. He was a pedophile. He did this. He did that. Like, what would that mean? What would it mean exactly to have an official position on this? But if you want that, I would say the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, they did come to some official conclusions as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
What did Ghislaine Maxwell do? What did Prince Andrew do? The interesting thing, too, is that the only people who have been arrested are in other countries. So they have been arrested in the UK.
And Ghislaine.
Okay, they have been arrested in other countries, but not here. They've been forced out of their positions and jobs in these different places, ambassadors and stuff. Nobody here.
Yep.
So we look crazy to the rest of the world.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And it's interesting to watch how that terminology.
Why did that guy's voice get so sexy all of a sudden? He's like, oh, yeah. He's like, we look crazy. The whole world thinks we're crazy. Oh, yeah.
We look crazy to the rest of the world.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And it's interesting to watch how that terminology, I don't know that I'm necessarily a fan of it, but the terminology, the Epstein class, has become very representative of an entire group of people.
Good.
I mean, especially.
Are we getting class consciousness from this?
In other parts of the world where they really do. They view anyone who's powerful in America as part of the Epstein class. Anyone who's powerful in Western Europe as part of the Epstein class.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah. I think Tim Dillon said it best the other day on one of his.
Clears his throat right into the mic. This guy's like a massive podcaster.
I think his recent podcast, he was explaining.
New soundboard sound? You want me to sample that? Oh, yeah. Oh, man. That's a little bit gross. But I could do that.
He was commentating on the whole Trump going to China with all the CEOs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was like 17 CEOs or whatever. And he was kind of joking because he's like, Trump and the White House, they don't want to get in a fight.
He puts on a slightly scratchier voice to do a Tim Dillon impression.
with China. He's like, you look at his previous posturing towards China during the first term, and now all the nice things he's saying and how like polite he's being and all this stuff. He's like, they know better than to get in a fight with China. He goes, the United States used to be the high school quarterback who got the girls and was the bully. Now, the United States is the weird kid who may have a gun.
That's kind of funny. Okay, I'm going to. All right, let's watch a little bit more about Epstein, and then we'll call it a day on this dude. Darkest inner circle.
So Epstein's a complicated story because I keep describing it to people like this. From what I can understand, it's like a series of rings, right?
Okay.
The widest ring is like, just because you're in one of Jeffrey Epstein's emails doesn't mean you're even
Yes, that's a great way to put it.
Right.
That's a great way to put it.
That outer ring, that's a lot of people in there. Because
Yes.
that was his job. Part of what he did as an intelligence asset is he's just going to connect with as
I've
many people
talked
as
to
he can.
lots of scientists that have.
I don't hate that he at least he's not calling him an intelligence agent. I do think that it's like, kind of, likely that he was at least being used in some way by some intelligence agency somewhere. I know that's really vague, but probably Mossad, probably CIA, potentially KGB, potentially, I don't know. I don't even know what the ones in Saudi Arabia or wherever are called. But potentially all of those.
Done just one-off Zoom calls with the guy just because he was interested in whatever they were looking at, and they knew, like, why wouldn't I do this? This guy's funded all of my smartest people I know.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Absolutely. He was a
What are you looking for? Oh, the doctor photo.
Wait, why did they keep this in? Somebody just starts talking to them.
Type.
I like how it looks like they're filming this in like a satanic temple or something, or I don't know, maybe just a church.
That was in the Tona Podesta home. Those are the
Tona Podesta home, and we can't see what they're looking at, but he's pulling up some of his paintings.
Girls who were.
He said it was a doctor eating patient. Type that in.
And that was also a
I
write
really do no editing at all.
up that was done, I think, by the Washington Post about.
We can't even see what they're looking at.
Is that on the clown? No.
Oh, this is great. What a outstanding use of a visual medium. It's like, podcasts don't just have to be audio only. Now you have a video version where you can look at them point off screen at a relevant picture and just sort of describe it, but mostly sit around quietly looking at shit.
Recognize it if I saw it.
Keep looking, Steve. You'll find it.
See, some of this stuff gets scrubbed, and that's what's interesting too.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
Google
good stuff.
curates this shit.
Brother. Nothing gets scrubbed on the internet, dude. Well, that's not true. Some of the stuff does get scrubbed, mostly like Twitter posts. There are some very crucial Twitter posts to the Pizzagate phenomenon that are now gone, and Elon Musk has made it so that there's no archive. There's no way to take a broad view of Twitter over time. It's really, really annoying.
Shit, dude. Big
when
time.
when you find stuff along the way, I've tried to save as much as I can because that stuff disappears in a very odd way.
It does.
You know?
It really does. All right, so the ring analogy.
Yeah.
It's great.
So that widest ring, there's lots of people.
Why the fuck did they keep that in? Like, they could have edited that out and cut right from the ring to the ring. Like,
you're absolutely right too. Like, when you're as wealthy as Jeffrey Epstein is, and you can fund a lot of stuff, why wouldn't people talk to him, especially when they don't know? Right?
Exactly.
So you have that wider ring. Then you had and this is a pretty kind of crude analogy because obviously you're trying to draw lines without really understanding the lines. But I would say the next ring up is there are people who, hey, maybe we go a little bit deeper. I'm into some weird stuff like cloning, and I want human experimentation, and let's do gene modification and sperm modification. You got to be a little more twisted to start moving towards that world.
Yes.
Then you get into a ring.
These are not really like rings of getting closer to Jeffrey Epstein. It's like Venn diagrams, like multiple overlapping circles. It's not like they're perfectly inside each other. It's not like step 1 is to just know Jeffrey Epstein. Step 2 is to become interested in DNA cloning and whatever, superior race, blah, blah, blah.
Thing of people that I would say is hey, by the way, we have some fun on our island. You know, if you like girls, I'm not talking about kids. I'm talking about girls who are like 17. They're barely where they're not supposed to be. Or maybe they're 18.
Well, that is illegal, isn't it? I mean, at least in some places in the U.S.
or maybe they're 19.
Right.
And you get there and you don't even know the girl's like 17 instead of 19.
Right.
Because that's also part of the honey
She could
trap.
look 25 and you would never know.
And that's part of the game.
Yes,
right?
100%. And we don't know who fits in what circle either.
We have no idea.
By the limited hangout of the emails that we've gotten. Because we have, for example, Elon Musk could be totally fucking innocent. But we have...
Yeah, it's like watching a poorly planned school presentation or an extra chill Goblin stream where I don't have anything prepared, like today.
Emails of him going back and forth with Epstein about wanting to go to the island. We have no proof that he ever went. It doesn't seem like he went.
Right.
But like, there's a huge...
Wait, sorry, who's he talking about? Who didn't go to the Epstein's Island? Elon Musk. Yeah. He tried.
Huge gap there in our knowledge of who fits in what part of that circle.
Well, and then we know that like the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, right? We know that he lied.
Scumbag.
He went to the island.
Fucking liar.
He took his kids to the island.
Yeah.
But we don't know he did anything on the island, right?
We did know he fucking lying through his teeth.
But we know he lied about it.
Right. Exactly.
So that becomes a bigger problem. The bigger problem is that if you did nothing wrong, why'd you lie? Why'd you pretend that you were
totally agree with all this.
And why the fuck does he still have a job? That's my question.
Yeah.
How's that guy still the fucking commerce?
Well, they like that. Did you not get the memo? Like everyone in the Trump administration has at least one fucking rape accusation or a connection to Epstein. Like this is a plus. This is a plus. Lutnick used to be a fucking Hillary Clinton donor. He used to hold fundraisers for Hillary Clinton. And now he's in the Trump administration. And the thing that is keeping him there and making him like his job position more secure is his connection to Epstein.
Secretary, when he lived 10 steps away from Jeffrey Epstein and lied to fucking everybody in the most condescending, theatrical way on that stupid podcast, whatever that thing was called, Pod Save America or whatever it was.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I think it was a CNN interview. It wasn't Pod Save America.
Yeah. Anyways,
so then you have that circle, and there's a circle of men who I think were brought there, and they were supposed to be honey trapped, right? That's the whole point of it,
right?
But then you have that kind of darkest circle, which is the very top one.
What a weird way to describe this. The darkest circle. All right, let's hear it. The very top circle.
Right. Which is so for very select people, there is a ritualistic, abusive element that's focused on very young, small children. In some cases, kids as small as infants or babies.
No, wrong. That is not a thing with Epstein. Wrong. There are no infants or babies. Zero that we know of. I think there is some evidence that there are children as young as 8. I believe that's right. There was 8-year-old twin girls that were brought over to Epstein for his birthday by Jean-Luc Brunel. And, that's horrifying. But to say as young as infants, it's again like, where are you getting this from? Are you getting this from the Epstein files or any kind of evidence? Or is this just pure fucking 4chan posting?
And it also seems to be tied into kind of a satanic belief. So there's like a satanic...
What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, now we have left the realm of reality. A satanic belief. Epstein was not a Satanist. I have not really seen any evidence that Epstein was even like a religious Jew, like he was Jewish. Yeah. But he was not really, he seems to be pretty secular, right? His whole thing was like hanging out with like Lawrence Krauss and all these like Richard Dawkins, famous atheists, all these very like militant atheists to secular, scientists that was his like favorite group to hang out with. Those are the guys he hung out with, not to get more power, but because he just liked them. Yeah. And probably also partially to get more power and to help him seed the human race with his DNA and all that weird stuff. But like when people say that he was a Satanist, it's like that's like 4 steps out of reality. Number 1, that he's religious at all. Number 2, that he's a Satanist. I mean, I guess that's only 2 steps out of reality, but still. This is fucking stupid. This is satanic panic shit based on absolutely nothing.
Element to that. It's ritualistic.
What are you talking about? What are you like? Please give me some evidence, Ben Swann.
It's very focused on very young children.
What the fuck are you
And it
talking
absolutely
about?
exists. It is absolutely
no proof of this
within every power structure, it seems like.
No.
And there are people who are in those circles who are running around with lots of other powerful people who have no idea that they're in it.
Right.
So I think where people make the mistake is you think, well, it's like the Illuminati, right? The people at the very, very top, they're all in on it. No, they're not all in on it. There's a very select group of people who are in on it. And those people believe they are deriving power from this. They think it's giving them power over everyone else.
Where does this derive from?
That's a great point, Scum. Babies can't give massages. How is he supposed to recruit a baby if a baby can't give a massage? How is his number one recruitment tactic going to work on a baby? It simply wouldn't.
Does come from this belief?
I think a lot of it comes from kind of a satanic. A lot of people are now more familiar with this Baal worship or Baal worship.
Oh, yeah.
That comes out of Canaanite and Hebrew theology.
Yeah.
Hebrew theology? Okay. You mean like Israel? You mean the language of Hebrew? Okay. Baal was a storm god from ancient Israel that coexisted with alongside Yahweh, and Baal was a rider on the clouds, a storm deity, and many aspects of Baal actually are incorporated into the Christian God. Like they're thinking of him as in the clouds, a storm deity. There's some language that was used in early texts on Baal that seems to have been not plagiarized, but just incorporated into the Bible, which is a documentary sort of the Bible is an amazing historical document that incorporates a ton of different writings from, thousands of years apart into one semi-cohesive story. And it includes some stuff about Baal that has been kind of retconned to be about Yahweh. And since then, Baal is also seen in the Old Testament as a what's the word, a competitor or whatever, a competitor god to the God of the ancient Israelites. And, it's become now in the conspiracy world basically a synonym for Satan or Moloch or whatever, another thing in the Bible. But yeah, no, it's very silly. This whole thing is very silly, and it's based on nothing. You just had to kind of fry your brain by spending enough time on the wrong message boards to believe any of this shit.
I think it's related to that, but I think it's really just more of kind of like this satanic belief. And there's also a belief,
no evidence
within those circles,
just saying words,
that there is absolutely a God and there is a devil, and they absolutely believe in heaven and hell.
Why would anyone believe this though? I mean, maybe I know there are people who are Satanists, and they are I believe everything in the regular Bible, but I just decided I'm going to be on the bad guy team. There are people who are like that. There's the Order of Nine Angles. There's the Order of whatever. There's the Order of, I don't know. What else is there? I mean, there's Norwegian, black metal guys who are I believe in Satan. What? I'm cool. Haha, I kill people. I burn down churches. Nah. My bandmate shot at himself in the head, and I took a picture of his dead body and put it as my album cover. Hail Satan. Haha, I'm cool like that. The Mayhem guys. That, yeah, that is a thing. But these people are not in power. None of these people are in power. None of these people are ruling governments. There are weirdos, of course. There are people that believe all kinds of crazy shit. But they tend not to win elections. Who is the there are some who are the actual occult believing elites? Himmler. I think Mary Todd Lincoln, Lincoln's wife, was believed in ghosts and shit. There's she's elite adjacent, but who else? I mean, I'm straining to think of anyone. There's the Aquino. What's his name? Michael Aquino, the guy with the eyebrows, who was in the army and was a LaVeyan Satanist in the Order of Seth or whatever. There's a handful. There's a handful of people that are whatever. Not even all of them are really who I would call the power elite, but there are some genuine Satanists who, yes, thank you, Michael Aquino. Yeah. Also, ball knowledge. I know all about this. Nice. Relevant username. Reddit comment. There are examples. I think in Canada, Mackenzie King was one of our prime ministers, and he was like, I don't know, he was a weirdo, it turned out. We found out after he died. He was like talking to his dog, using his dog to communicate with Hitler and shit. I don't know. I don't quite remember. There's a few, right? But they all got to squeeze past, and it doesn't really seem like they're in like big secret society. Oh yeah, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Yeah, okay. I mean, maybe I got to learn more about this shit. I guess, what's his name? Aleister Crowley and shit. But like, to just sort of spew this sort of bullshit and be like, well, yeah, no, there's a lot of elites who are satanic, whatever. They're pedophiles. They're very, very young, like babies. And it's like, what? You have to provide evidence. You cannot just say that shit, because from everything that I know, I'm not getting anything from you. I don't believe that. You need to give me some evidence. You cannot just say this shit. And they just do. Like, this is, I guess, like if you have like a big evangelical Christian audience who's like, or even like just any kind of Christian audience who's been raised to believe that Satan is the ultimate bad guy and he's real and you got to watch out for him, yada, yada, yada. Maybe that it makes more sense to them and it doesn't require as much evidence and it's just pure faith. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, it's bad, then it must be Satan. Oh, evil people? Well, they must be like literally worshiping the devil in order to be evil. Yep, that makes sense. But to a wider audience, this has to sound ridiculous, right? It has to.
Where they seem to have a very different view when we think of heaven and hell versus how they view it. They view hell as a place that has hierarchy. And so they're not afraid.
What do you mean? Isn't that how you guys view hell too? What about Dante's Inferno? Hell's not in the Bible, by the way. Hell's an addition by the fucking church after the Bible.
Of hell, they believe that if they are sentenced to hell, that they will rule hell, that they'll be the elites within that society as well. That is part of that belief system.
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about?
Really hard for
Manny Moore, you know about this shit. Does that seem real? Does that seem right? Satanists believe that they will rule hell. Is that real? That sort of sounds like more Mormonism or something like that. You know, like you become a god, you get your own planet.
For me to fathom how anyone could fall into that and believe something like that, you know, just from my perspective. And I always wonder, does all this crazy shit just come with the territory of being like a super billionaire who has leverage and is at like the very top tier of society? And
okay, yeah, Mandy Moore, Hades is in the Bible. Yeah, okay. From what I understand, yeah, there are some words that are sometimes translated as like hell or Hades or whatever, or grave. Like they can mean a lot of different things. But like the concept of hell, that it's like this fiery, like underground cave where like little demons with pitchforks are like torturing corrupted souls for eternity. That is like a very specific thing that was created by the church, you know, to get fucking tithe or like money from people, it seems. But correct me if I'm
basically,
wrong.
You can get away with anything you want and just you have the entire world at your disposal, because it kind of goes back in history. It goes pretty far back in history, down to like the Greco-Roman period and like the Roman emperors doing very similar shit.
Yeah, I think it's a very old spiritual problem.
Yeah,
and again, I've mentioned this before, but I'll just quickly say the way that people like this think of the world is there's two types of religions. You're a Christian or you're Satan. And it's like, well, yeah, like, of course the elites rule and they worship this crazy weird God secretly away from us that we don't even know about. They worship like Moloch or Baal or Satan, blah, blah, blah. And they secretly are doing this. And it's just all throughout history. If you look at the ancient Rome, they were worshiping these weird Roman gods. And it's like, yeah, but that wasn't weird back then. That was like the normal mainstream religion. If you look at who rules in America, if you look at the dominant religion that rules you, it's Christianity. It's mostly fucking WASPs. WASPs are the ruling there is a shadowy group of people with a specific religion who rule over us and make all of their decisions about society based on their interests and their cultural values. And it's WASPs. It's WASPs. White Anglo-Saxon Protestants, not the insect. Anyway.
It is a religious problem that is older than what we call religion today, right? I think it transcends every generation. But I think there is and I believe that there are very real spiritual darkness in this world. And I think these people tap into it. And I think it's some of what pulls them deeper and deeper into this stuff. Because you have to think about, it's one thing to kind of have weird.
Okay, I'm done with this guy. But interesting, huh? Yeah, this guy talks a lot, says a lot, doesn't seem to have done much research. Seems to be mostly coasting on vibes and like things he half remembers from old episodes of InfoWars or, Spaceman, AM radio, midnight, conspiracy programs or wherever he's getting his shit. And he seems to be specifically avoiding criticizing Donald Trump, which takes a lot of fancy footwork and like tap dancing his way so that he can keep everybody happy and talk about Epstein and how, the Epstein class and blah, 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 without ever criticizing Trump. That's my read on him from what I've been able to gather. Changing the topic every time Trump gets brought up to something else. He seems bad. And I recommend that you watch my content instead of his content if you really would like to learn about Epstein and Pizzagate. Okay. There we go. That's Ben Swann. Truth in Media. Cool. What else we got here? Ooh, could go into this. This could be a thing. We did just watch a bunch of shit about of a guy on a podcast talking. No, hang on. I got more stuff here. I got more stuff. Okay, what's this? All right, I haven't read this article. I don't know. Is this going to be long? Let's find out. Human race, get off your knees. Is it long? No, it's short. All right, let's just read this. All right. Sam Altman. Why is Sam Altman teaming up with Jared Leto a creep with extensive sex abuse allegations? What the heck? A good question. So we've got these two guys. Yes, I know. I'm aware. I've heard of the allegations against Jared Leto. I also think it's noteworthy that wasn't he trying to start a cult not too long ago? Right? He was trying to start his own cult. Let's quickly look that up on Wikipedia. Jared Leto. Cult. Yes. Oh, no. Cult following. That's a little different. No. Cult TV. No, that's not right. Early acting roles. Requiem for a Dream. Honestly, decent actor. This guy. Wow, he's had a long-ass career, eh? Political views. Supported Barack Obama. Personal life. He became a teetotaler. Like he's sober in 27? Teetotal. I thought that was like an old ass word. I didn't know. I thought people just said they are sober now. 9 women accused Leto of sexual misconduct. Okay. Oh, nothing about his weird cult? Did I just make that up? Jared Leto cult. Yeah, is there a single cult that doesn't include sexual abuse? Oh yeah, I don't think so. I don't know. Probably, right? There must be, but that does seem to be a thing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the truth about Jared Leto's bizarre cult. In August 2019, photos emerged on the Twitter account of actor and musician Jared Leto's band 30 Seconds to Mars under the hashtag Mars Island. Okay, this is it. This is it. Yes, watching Jared Leto getting beaten to a pulp in Fight Club, chef's kiss. It's like, I wanted to know what it was like to destroy something beautiful. Classic movie. Year, was that 1999 or was that 2000? There's like one year that's like all the good movies came out, or at least people my age think that that's the case. It's like The Matrix, Office Space, Fight Club. Like every movie that came out that year was fucking sick. Cool. You got like the Nico girls, the Crystal moms. Well, they're a little bit young to be moms, but the Crystal future moms. We've got all kinds of people down at the Jared Leto cult. They're all girls, right? They're all women. That's weird. This does seem culty. Mars Camp. Okay. The caption on the post read, "Yes, this is a cult," as if an anticipation. Is that what it said? Oh, that's awesome. Yes, this is a cult. Mars Island. Oh, wait, there is a dude. This guy. Why is there only one dude? That's hilarious. I can smell the BO from here. Okay, well, whatever. Was it real? What is Mars Island? Yeah, was this a real thing? Maybe not. There was going to be a performance by Leto's band dubbed Church of Mars. Since 2015, the band has held annual summer camps for the truly devoted. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Well, maybe not a genuine cult, but it's definitely playing with cult imagery. Okay. I'll let it slide. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Sam Altman teaming up with Jared Leto. What the heck? Why? What? Why would our fave guy, Sam Altman, who certainly isn't really trying to create a cult of his own, team up with Jared Leto? Problematic dude, huh? What the heck? Well, last month, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's unsettling blockchain-based side gig seemingly got its Mars all confused. Let's back up. Record scratch. You're probably wondering how we got here. Let me start at the beginning. The company, previously called WorldCoin and now simply called World. Oh, is WorldCoin Sam Altman's? That's a thing where it's like you're supposed to be able to get like a little piece of Bitcoin sort of whatever, crypto cash by scanning your eye. And then they'll be like, now you have like it's impossible to like counterfeit you. Like now this is a way that your biological identity can be tied to your identity online through WorldCoin. And it's on the blockchain and all the information about your retina is now stored forever. And it's just like, sounds really awful to me. But yes, now something called World is developing software designed to verify the humanness of people by scanning their eyeballs. Bizarre venture that's already been caught up in its fair share of controversies. Allegations of insider token trading and fraud to exploiting people in impoverished countries. Several countries have banned the company outright. Great, good. In April, the firm announced that World was teaming up with another Altman-founded company called Tools for Humanity to sell the first tickets to global music sensation Bruno Mars' upcoming world tour via a new product called Concert Kit. The company was forced to eat its words after Bruno Mars' team shot back that it had nothing to do with the venture. Tools for Humanity soon admitted that it actually meant 30 seconds to Mars, another act with Mars in its name. What? Did they get somebody's aunt to type up the announcement? They're like, what was it called? Mars something. Bruno Mars? I asked the man at the store. He said the Mars thing that the kids like is Bruno. That's what you said, wasn't it, Sam? Well, didn't you mean Bruno Mars? Something about second Mars, second... Another act with Mars' name. Relevant fact about the band, it's fronted by actor J-Lo. No, not J-Lo. Jared Leto, who happens to have been hit with a startling number of sex abuse allegations, piling into World's existing controversies. The eyebrow-raising pair-up is hoping to tackle an actual problem. Ticket scalpers. Yeah, okay. Well, that's good. That's good. You know what? Maybe I will give them my bio data if it'll stop ticket prices from being so high. Concert Kit was designed to cut reseller bots out of the equation by having Leto fans scan their eyeballs for a so-called humans-only concert. A volunteering effort to be awarded with a special 2-for-1 ticket offer. Almost 1,000 verified humans managed to snag tickets for our April 17th event, with Tools for Humanity claiming it had successfully stopped more than 100,000 bots from snapping up tickets. It's true that anybody who's attempted to buy tickets for a hotly anticipated concert within the last few years knows how miserable scalpers and bots have made the experience, with resale tickets often being sold for ludicrous amounts of money. But handing over highly sensitive biometric data to a shady Altman-founded company with a dubious track record doesn't exactly sound like a perfect solution. Yes, agreed. And that's without getting into Leto's connection to the project. The actor was accused by 9 women last year. Last year? Wait, when was this from? Whoa, this is from like 5 days ago. Wow, okay, so that's 9 more women. One of them calling the behavior, which she said started when she was underage, predatory, terrifying, and unacceptable. While Leto has denied the allegations, it's hard to imagine a less inspiring partner with whom to launch the service, especially because Altman has been accused of sexual misconduct of his own. Yes, by his sister. And there's rumors of Altman with underage boys in whatever, Silicon Valley. Although I will say there have been a few people, journalists like Ronan Farrow, who isn't one to like shy away from accusing someone of abuse, looked into Sam Altman's allegations and found that there wasn't anything substantial there, according to him. But who knows? I suppose it's worth noting. Could be why he feels sympathetic to Jared Leto. But yeah, that's all right. Well, okay. Honestly, that's a little bit less related to AI and stuff than I thought. But WorldCoin is also quite scary. Whoops. More like scan their eyeballs. Am I right? Is this thing on? How do Mars Volta feel about this? Yeah. Weird shift here. What? Like, how did the Bruno Mars thing happen? That's very odd. All right. What else do we have? Okay, this is something. This is definitely something. Get out of here. Continue. What? No, I don't want your magazine, Guardian. I don't want to subscribe to your transphobic magazine. I only want to read your articles related to Jeffrey Epstein. Trump appointee leading $205 billion U.S. agency had personal ties to Epstein, emails show. Now, this guy obviously had personal ties to Epstein. This is Ben Black. This is the son of Leon Black. So, y'all know Les Wexner, right? He's a big, enormous figure in Epstein's life. Epstein's a whole kind of lore. Well, Wexner had cut ties with Epstein by 2007, but Epstein found another Wexner, another billionaire, who was going to give him insane amounts of money for weird reasons, and that was Leon Black, who was also accused by like 7 women of being trafficked to him by Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So yeah, Leon Black's like one of the weirdest, like most provably guilty people in the whole Epstein, as Ben Swann would say, upper, smaller circle, the satanic, whatever, Baal worshipping elite of the Epstein class. And Ben Black is his son. Ben Black is the son of Leon Black, who gave, I think that we know of, $170 million to Epstein for doing what seems like almost no work for him as a financial advisor. And Ben Black, the son of Leon Black, now works in the Trump administration. He has a very high, important, powerful job. And he's always been like, Epstein, who? Doing the classic move that everybody does. Lutnick, whatever. Everybody's like, I don't know Epstein at all. I never even met the guy. And then Epstein files come out, and turns out you guys knew each other quite well. You went to the island and you emailed back and forth, and you guys were friends. So here we go. Another case of this. Ben Black over here. His lawyers have denied a relationship, but DOJ records reveal years of interactions. Let's check this out. Ben Black, the head of a little-known government investment agency funded by billions of dollars from U.S. taxpayers, has personal and business ties to Jeffrey Epstein, according to emails and business filings released by the Department of Justice. His father, Leon Black, had once been the disgraced financier's highest-paying client. Not higher than Les Wexner, but yes, one of the top 2. Calling on the convicted sex offender for tax advice and to orchestrate payments to women, according to the New York Times and Bloomberg. A Guardian review of more than 5,000 records from Epstein's private correspondence found that Ben Black invested in the same company as the financier in 2011, and that the two men had a relationship for several years afterwards. Epstein told a friend that he attended Ben Black's 30th birthday, advised him on the purchase of an $11.5 million townhouse, and helped one woman compose messages to him. She wrote to Epstein to say that she and Black had kissed the following day. Oh, wow. So Epstein's playing a little matchmaker. Playing matchmaker is not exactly being a sex trafficker. But it's not exactly not being a sex trafficker, is it? Sex traffickers, traffic me a sex. Okay. Now Black holds a Senate-confirmed position overseeing the Development Finance Corporation. That's the Trump administration's largest overseas investment arm. It's crazy that it's called a corporation and it's part of the government. The agency was previously confirmed to work in low-income countries, but Congress recently cleared it to invest in high-income countries and tripled its lending cap to $205 billion. That's about as much money as Leon Black gave to Jeffrey Epstein, greatly expanding Black's influence over taxpayer funds. Sorry, no, wait. Was it billion? No, it's million. So that is about 1,000 times more than what Leon Black gave to Jeffrey Epstein. That's a fuckload of money. Jesus. Here's Ben Black at a panel discussion during the Milken Institute Global Conference in Beverly Hills, California. Oh, I thought that it was like, okay, never mind. I don't know why I did the accent then. Donald Trump has appointed at least 3 other men with known ties to Epstein. Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce, testified recently to the House Oversight Committee after admitting that he traveled to Epstein's private island. He's never been accused of any wrongdoing. Lutnick sits on the DFC's board of directors, where he and Ben Black joined 6 other presidentially appointed and Senate-confirmed members in reviewing and approving the agency's overseas investments. Crazy that this is how the U.S. government works. Completely unelected representative. Epstein, yeah, a guy who's pretending he's never met Epstein before. Epstein, oh, that's an interesting name. Could you give me their last name? Epstein who? Epstein what? Oh, Epstein is the sorry. See, that's how little I know him. I'd never even heard I didn't even know that was a last name. I thought that was a first name. Sounds like a first name. All right. The scope of his personal connection to Epstein has not been previously reported. Black has not been accused of any wrongdoing. And does it say the other guy? Well, yeah, at least 3 other men. I guess the other one would be RFK Jr. And of course Trump himself, but Peter Thiel, not technically in the administration, but is kind of the puppet master behind J.D. Vance. Obviously has connections to Epstein as well. Anyway, lawyers for Leon Black responded to questions on behalf of Leon and his son. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. A personal spokesman for Ben Black said, Ben Black had no personal or professional relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Trump created the DFC with bipartisan support during his first term and appointed Jared Kushner's former college roommate Adam Bowler to transform the lending agency into a tool to counter China and pursue more direct private investments. It's not clear exactly what led Trump to appoint Ben Black to the DFC post, particularly given that public records suggest thin experience in international development finance. A White House spokesperson told The Guardian Black had elite experience for the role. In January 2025, Ben Black. All right, but who is Ben Black? What's his values? What makes him tick? Who does he hang out with? Who are his friends? Well, in 2025, Ben Black and Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale co-authored an essay calling for a pro-market approach to foreign aid. Cool. They specifically cited the missteps of the Biden administration and the promise of investing in Greenland, a Danish outpost that Trump has said he would like to control. Cool. Teaming up with the Palantir guy to support Trump's fucking annexation of Greenland. Love that. 3 weeks after its publication, the president appointed Black, now 41, to take charge of the U.S.'s largest overseas investing arm. There they are. Just 2 friends of Jeffrey Epstein, now in charge of the fucking world. Very cool. Becoming a Wall Street scion. What's scion mean? It's a cool word, but I don't know what it means. Okay, a descendant or heir, especially of a wealthy or prominent family. Okay. The detached shoot or bud from a plant that is joined to a rootstock in grafting. That could be what they're referring to. Or a shoot or sprout of a plant, a sucker. That's probably the one, yeah. Probably what he means by that. Or is it a mark of Toyota? Could be. Could be any one of those. All right, descendant or heir, scion of the ruling dynasty. Cool, good to know. Becoming a scion to Wall Street, Ben Black grew up amid the upper echelons of New York financiers, real estate moguls, and art aficionados. His mother, Deborah Black, worked as a Broadway producer, garnering 10 Tony Awards for her work. Leon partnered with Deborah's brother to be found Apollo Global Management in 1990. Apollo Global. That sounds like an evil company that Alex Jones would just make up. off the top of his head. As CEO, led it to become one of the 5 largest private equity and credit managers in the world, with nearly $1 trillion under management. That's a big number. That's a lot of zeros. Leon Black and Trump were fellow travelers in the wild world of 1990s finance. The two vulture capitalists once vied for the same real estate contracts in Boca Raton and traveled to Moscow on business in 1996, where Leon Black later told Senate investigators that he and the president might have been in a strip club together. A photo shows a pair of New York real estate investors chumming around in Moscow. Is that when this? Yes, this is it. Here they are. A photograph of David Giovannis's then wife, Donald Trump, Leon Black. There's Leon Black there in the back. And what's his name? David Giovannis, who's also connected to Epstein, by the way. I can tell because his name's highlighted by my automatic Epstein connections highlighter. The main stop in Trump's 1996 tour was the Ducat Place, according to the Moscow Times, where Trump once hoped to build Europe's first Trump Tower. Leon Black went on to found the development of the luxury office complex after their trip. Now, in 1996, this is well into Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's friendship. They were hanging out all the time. They were going to beauty pageants, going to Victoria's Secret model shows. 1997 was when they're right after Trump's divorce to Marla Maples. That's when he and Epstein hung out the most. Him, Epstein, and Ghislaine. So this is like before that. And to be fair, this is like a while before Leon Black became one of Epstein's main clients. I think that was around like 2004, 2005. But in 2003, is that when the, I believe that's when the Epstein, what's it called? Birthday book came out, right? Yeah, January 2003. By that time, Leon Black was already friends with Epstein, so he gave him a birthday card message. I'm not sure if Leon Black would have known Epstein at this time, but it seems reasonable to guess that they were. Anyway, the fact that they were both in Moscow at the same time 30 years ago has no news value in the year 2026, according to the lawyers for Leon Black. Okay. All right, well, never mind then. Stop researching that. Black was also Epstein's top-paying client by a wide margin for years. Yes, true. He paid Epstein to advise him on tax-saving strategies and art acquisitions and acted as an intermediary in his affairs with women. A Senate Finance Committee investigation found that Black paid for the convicted sex offender $170 million. Yes, cool. I remember that right, I think. Which Black said he was for legitimate estate and tax planning services. Epstein helped him send about $20 million to women, the New York Times found. 3 women have sued Leon Black for alleged sexual abuse. 2 of the suits have been dismissed. 1 remains pending. Lawyers for Leon Black said in a statement to The Guardian that misconduct allegations raised against Black were false and that subsequent events have established with certainty that Mr. Black's account was truthful and his accusers' claims were not. Was it only 3? Now, I thought that there had been a lot more than 3. Hang on now. Leon Black, Epstein accusations. And these are like, Epstein victims. Epstein linked to Leon Black waged bid to silence. Oh my God. Jesus. This is great. This is worse than I thought. Okay. Yes, I knew that there's one of the girls that was accusing Leon Black, I knew was autistic, and they keep describing her as autistic, and I'm always like, why do you guys got to keep mentioning that? But like, apparently, okay, according to this, it's a 16-year-old girl with autism and Down syndrome. Oh my God. Well, while asking what made her Jeffrey Epstein's special girl. Jesus Christ. All right, I don't know the details on this, but okay, this is pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Anyway, all right, Okay, all right, let's get back to the Ben Black article. But yeah, there's been a lot of accusations against Leon Black. At least 3 we'll go with. He's never been charged with any crimes. He's a billionaire, so that's simply not going to really happen with him. But a separate independent inquiry commissioned by Apollo Management to investigate its founder's alleged ties to Epstein's sex trafficking network in 2021 found no evidence that Epstein ever introduced Black or offered to introduce Black to any underage women. Ben Black attended the Dalton School. That's the place that Epstein taught in the 70s. He graduated in 2002. Okay, so Epstein wouldn't have taught him. Obviously, he would have been way too young for that, alongside many of New York's most well-heeled children, and went on to study history at the University of Pennsylvania. He later earned a dual master's in business and law at Harvard and a master's in taxation from New York University. In 2011, Ben Black and several of his family members invested in Environmental Solutions Worldwide, ESWW, a diesel emissions control company where Epstein was a 6% shareholder via his Virgin Islands shell company Financial Trust, according to SEC filings. Okay, this is where their paths cross, aside from him being like a, whatever, financial planner for his dad. Ben Black and Joshua Black, one of his brothers, became directors of the ESWW the same year. It's not clear whether Ben Black was aware that Epstein was an ESWW shareholder when he took a stake in the entity through his personal trust fund, though his father Leon had encouraged Epstein to invest in the group a year earlier. 2 weeks after Leon Black's suggestion, Epstein wired $1 million to purchase ESWW company debt, augmenting holdings that dated back to 2005, according to his Bear Stearns account. Okay. I'm so bad with money. All this shit is just flying over my head. I don't understand any of it. Whoops. Wait, what? Why did that happen? What did I click on? Huh? No. What the heck? Oh, now I got, okay, no paywall. Where were we? There are some discrepancies in the public timeline. Okay, whatever. Bunch of money stuff. I'm going to skip over that because I just don't get it. There are some discrepancies in the public timeline documenting Ben Black's involvement with ESWW. A Senate ethics disclosure dates his board term to June 2021, 10 years after Black's role was first listed in SEC filings. Okay, weird. A company webpage that listed Ben Black on its board of directors between 2015 and 2023 was taken down. Lawyers for Ben Black did not answer questions about his role on the ESWW board. About Ben Black's role on the ESWW board. Ben Black said he would resign from his position upon assuming his role at another corporation. By the mid-20s, he'd taken a position with the Natural Resources Group. Okay. Yada, yada, yada. Bunch of stuff. Moving companies. Seems like some sketchy money laundering, whatever, tax avoidance strategies happening here. It's a little bit above my pay grade, though. Yeah. Record. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They used to often conflate autism and Down syndrome. Vin Van Voom. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that seems, I'm sure that happened. I mean, it just feels like odd. I don't know. It feels like kind of an old, antiquated thing. No? Does that something that still happens? Anyway, like I feel like Down syndrome is the more relevant one there if it's both. But moving on here. A year later, emails between Epstein's staff and a Google administrator reflected Epstein would be joining Ben Black and his girlfriend for a private tour of Google's New York headquarters. Oh, interesting. Okay. Leon Black, so that was when? 2013. Oh, he was first scheduled to meet Epstein. Ben Black was. Okay, skip that part. In 2012. A year later, they both went for a tour of Google. Lawyers for Leon Black said that Ben Black did not attend a tour of the Google headquarters. And that tour that he did not attend does not establish a relationship of any kind, let alone a close one. He's like, even if he did go on a tour, are you friends with everyone you went on a tour of a fucking company with? Surely you've been on like a tour of a beer brewery. Oh, you still have the number of everyone who was also on that tour? No? Well, I rest my case. Honestly, fair. By September 2013, Epstein obtained Ben Black's contact info after a family estate planning meeting at which both men were present. Leon said, "Find to set up meetings with Ben and Josh." Leon Black's assistant emailed Epstein's assistant. Yeah, there's also a thing where like Epstein was like it's weird, right? Like, there's no evidence Leon Black did anything wrong, except for the multiple women who've accused Leon Black of, sexually assaulting them after Epstein trafficked them to him. And the fact that he gave Epstein $170 million. And if you look at the emails between Epstein and Leon Black, they're insane. Like Epstein, he's like, Epstein, I don't think that I've really been getting my money's worth from you, and I think I'm going to start paying you less money. And Epstein's like, no, you're not, you bitch. Pay me more money. Your kids are all fucking stupid as hell. He actually calls his kids, including Ben Black, like the R slur. One of the funniest, most insane Epstein emails. And it's like, can you imagine ever talking to your boss like this? And then he doesn't fire Epstein. He keeps him on. And he keeps sending him millions of dollars every year. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah. all right, there's no evidence as in we don't have like a fucking VHS tape that says Leon Black underage sex blackmail material on it. We don't have that tape, but we do have some very odd professional behavior between the two guys. That doesn't seem like it's possible to me without some kind of background understanding that Epstein has dirt on him, right? Anyway, lawyers for Leon Black initially said that Epstein did not attend a birthday celebration for Benjamin in 2014 or ever. From Jeffrey to Andrew Farkas, thanks a lot for the heli. Made the trip out simple. Went to Leon's son's birthday and drove home. Hope your sack is better. What? What sack? Anyway, says Leon's son's birthday. Doesn't say Ben Black, but I suppose it's, I guess they know kind of when his birthday is and blah, 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 blah. After reviewing the email in which Epstein told a friend he had attended Ben Black's birthday, the lawyers later said they were not aware of any email to Leon Black acknowledging any attendance at the party, and Mr. Black and his son have confirmed that Epstein did not attend, whatever he may have said in emails. It's very well known that Epstein was prone to exaggeration, lies, and embellishments to try and elevate his importance with others. That is true. 2 days after Ben Black's birthday party, Epstein weighed in on Black's plan to buy an $11.5 million townhouse. Black, is he talking about Ben Black there? Interesting. The transaction was carefully orchestrated to minimize tax exposure, emails show. Epstein told Leon Black's executive assistant that if Ben had questions after the purchase, he could call anytime. Yeah, it definitely seems like he did, in fact, go to his birthday and meet Ben Black. Epstein did lie about his connection to powerful people, but yeah, that's true. He did do that. But it's also true that he did have a lot of connections to powerful people. So it wasn't always lying. And if there's 2 days after this, if he's helping him buy a house, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to say my judgment on this, I think he did go to that birthday party. By the end of 2014, Black's parents had moved into a 30-room Italian Renaissance-style mansion 1 block for Epstein's Upper East Side address. Tensions between Leon Black and Epstein ebbed and flowed over the years, emails show. Epstein repeatedly admonished Black for delaying personnel changes in his family office, Elysium Management, and shortchanging his compensation for a formidable advisory task. Oh, yeah, okay, family office. This is a thing that elites have. So I don't know if everybody knows about this. You know what a family office is? Family office is what you have when you are a extremely wealthy, Leon Black owns a $1 trillion company. He's a mega ultra multi-billionaire wealthy elite guy, right? He's making fucking money moves, okay, to quote Cardi B. And he's got a family. He's got a big family. It's like the Succession type shit. You've got this rich family, and they all have their own fucking issues. They're squabbling over stuff, right? So you get a family office, you get a business. It's called Elysium Management. But all it basically is, it's not a company that makes money. It's a company where you pay a bunch of people like Epstein, but a bunch of people to help manage family shit and organize, buying a house, whatever, all their fucking liquid assets and all their vacation time. Okay, they got to do this, they got to do that, they got to all the shit that elites do. They actually form companies that they call family offices. Domhoff talks about this. I learned about this in Domhoff's book, Who Rules America. He goes into this in quite a lot of detail. It's really interesting. I didn't know these were a thing. But yes, family office. I wonder if I can quickly find Domhoff talking about this. Family office. Domhoff. Okay, maybe I'm going to need to be more. G. William Domhoff. Power structure research. Okay. No. All right. So I guess you got to get the entire book. Okay, whatever. But yeah, that's what I think I explained that right. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I explained that okay. Anyway, Epstein repeatedly admonished Black for delaying personnel changes in his family office, Elysium Management, and shortchanging his compensation for a formidable advisory task. Like I said, Epstein was very rude, very, very rude to his boss, the guy giving him $170 million. Disco Elysium Management. Yeah. Yeah, I'm too much of a commoner for this. Yeah, no. when you learn about the lifestyles of billionaires, it truly is like incredible. Oh, there's more of this? Damn, I thought we were almost done. Okay, continuing. In February 2016, Epstein's assistants asked Ben Black and his brother, Joshua, if they would have their portraits painted as a gift to their father. The brothers agreed and met Kyung Nyo, a Korean painter, for a photography section. So one thing I know about pronouncing Korean names, when it says E-O, you pronounce it like like as in like uh-oh. It's like Kyung, not Kyeong or whatever. Kyung. It's Kyung. Just a little handy little hint there. What do we got here? Oh, here's the, hey, hello, Josh and Ben. Circling back regarding Jeffrey's offer to have your portraits painted. He's consigned an artist at the New York Academy of Art and was hoping you two would be interested as a gift to your father. All right. Here's that painting. This looks like a fucking YouTube thumbnail, doesn't it? Looks like a YouTube, there's one guy that does like a lot of the like old bread tube thumbnails. It's like really good at doing these. It almost looks like a movie poster type vibe. But yeah, you'll recognize his work on a lot of left-wing YouTube videos. No told The Guardian he had received a scholarship from Epstein to study portraiture at the New York Academy of Art. He said the scholarship stipulated that he had to paint at least one portrait for donors. They sent me the two guys, he recalled. I took their photo, then I painted it in my studio space. After graduating, some guy came to pick it up. So this one's Ben Black, right? The guy with the jawline. And this one, I guess, is Joshua Black. Is that right? Let's look at the photo of him again. Oh, no. Jawline's must be the other guy, right? Yeah. Jawline's the other guy. Sorry, I don't know why I thought that. This guy's been mewing. All right, this guy needs to do more looks maxing. All right. If Epstein appreciated the boys' help, his emails didn't convey much respect for their financial acumen. Yeah, this is the part. This is the one I was talking about. This is an email to Leon. You have a bomb of colored string that your R-slur children have formed. Epstein wrote to Leon in a very detailed note about their family finances. It has to be very carefully unwound. A single private date on December 31st, 2014, Epstein received an email from St. Bart's, a Caribbean destination where many of the financier's friends flocked for the holidays. Hello, Jeffrey. Yes, last night we met Black's family and Greek boy too. He was with ugly, rude girl. What? Who are they talking about? But we had a great time with brothers. Hopefully we'll meet them today. They are very nice. Oh my God. Wait, who is this? Who's the Greek boy? Who's the Greek boy? Who's the ugly, rude girl? Guys, let's really think. Who could the Greek boy be? We met Black's family and Greek boy too. He was with ugly, rude girl. But we had a great time with brothers. Hopefully we'll meet them today. They are very, very nice. Oh, God. I would love to know who sent this and who they're talking about. On New Year's Day, he received a second email. Tonight, having dinner with Ben Black and brothers. This is great time and lots of pho here. I love it. Thank you very much. All right, we don't know who that's from. His email contacts were among the young women gathered in St. Bart's for New Year's, where one person reported that 200 fabulous and more fabulous guests had joined the Russian oligarch's Roman Abramovich's then wife for a year-end bash. Leon and Deborah Black among them. A month later, Epstein received a missive from a woman in New York. Hello, Jeffrey. Please help me what to answer to Ben Black. He just texted me, so how does your schedule look? I have a few ideas, but do you have an preference? Any preference, I think. Epstein and the woman who identifies herself as Chick in more than 100 emails discussed Ben's email and his subsequent invitation to dinner. Chick, all right. At 9 a.m. the next morning, Epstein received an email with the subject line, Ben Black. Hello, Jeffrey. Last night I had a great time with Ben and he kissed me. He was behaving like a real gentleman. Chick references Ben Black and his family on at least 3 separate occasions in her correspondence with Epstein. She first asked for Epstein's help to get in with Leon and family to an exclusive New Year's party after he arranged her tickets to St. Bart's. Back in New York, Chick asked Epstein for help responding to Black's text messages and then asked whether Ben Black would be joining her appointment with his father 1 month after she said they kissed. Is Leon B. is coming tomorrow alone? No BB? Jeffrey, what time would you like to see me tomorrow? She wrote. It is not known whether the appointment went ahead. Subject, Chick alert. Chick, who could that be? Who could that be? Chaya Rai Chick? It's the only person I can think of that has Chick in their name. But I don't know. The fact that they never redacted Chick, maybe it isn't part of her name at all. Who knows? They also do a terrible job at redacting. Black family lawyers described Ben Black's relationship to Chick as a single private date between two consenting adults. In 2015, Benjamin met a woman. They went on a date. He treated her nicely. I don't know. I'd like to know what the other emails between Epstein and Chick were like. Was she also dating Epstein at some point? Was she, like, you know, because that would indicate to me that perhaps she was someone that Epstein was trying to, you know, like do a little bit of matchmaking, maybe a little bit of trafficking with. It is a blurry line, right? With like other people that he trafficked to Trump, like Anushka DeGiorgio, who says she was given to Trump as an offering by Ghislaine Maxwell and was told, treat him like you treat Jeffrey Epstein. You know, same kind of language he used to Virginia when he was very directly trafficking her to, you know, scientists like Stephen Kosslyn and Glenn Dubin, hedge fund manager, you know, all these other people. But, you know, matchmaking is not sex trafficking, and I guess we can't get too upset about that. Lawyers did not comment on emails regarding Leon Black and Chick. Like other women in Epstein's network, Chick appeared to defer to Epstein for both personal and financial support, asking for small favors like polishing her resume or purchasing a coffee machine, and larger ones like topping up her bank account when it ran dry. Epstein also called on Chick for favors and scolded her when she didn't follow through. We planned to go to Paris and I needed help on the plane, he wrote after New Year's. Shameful, shameful. Yeah, she definitely seems like a Epstein victim or a girlfriend or, you know, somebody. Amid the repartee, Chick appears to write about Ben Black with a similar blend of deference and awe. He is so cool and I don't understand what he wants from me, she wrote. This is such a joke. Several DFC staff raised questions about Ben Black's background when Trump first selected the Wall Street scion to lead. They used scion twice in one article, and I feel like that's overkill. That's a weird word. Just say heir next time. Excuse me. To lead the U.S.'s multi-billion-dollar lending arm, according to interviews with nearly a dozen former and current employees who spoke to The Guardian on the condition of anonymity for fear of retribution. Black has a limited track record in emergency markets, according to public records. Yeah, obviously. Oh, did you think that I thought that he got there from his fucking incredible skills at whatever trading? No, he got there because he's a fucking billionaire's son with a connection to Jeffrey Epstein. That's what Trump likes about him. Okay, his New York-based private equity firm Fortinbras Enterprises opened an outpost in the United Arab Emirates in 2024, where Black helped open a branch of his family's office the same year. His father, Leon, was the subject of a Senate investigation into his dealings with Epstein at the time. He's not qualified to do this for sure, a former DFC director said of Black. It does make you wonder, you know, why is he in that role? A White House spokesperson sent an unsolicited email to The Guardian defending Black's fitness to lead America's Deal Team. America's Deal Team, as the agency is rebranded under Trump. Oh my God. This is their page. That's what it's called. America's Deal Team. Deal Team 6. Cool. Art of the deal, baby. Department of War, America's Deal Team. And I guess they used to be called the International Development Finance Corporation. And now they're called the Deal Team. Oh, God. This is not a paywall. Okay, well, why are you making me... This is an annoying wall. Where were we? Yes. As the agency is rebranded under Trump, and Leon Black's lawyer said in a legal letter to The Guardian, it is absurd to imply that Benjamin, who has law and business degrees from Harvard University and a master's in taxation from New York University School of Law, is somehow underqualified to run the DFC or only got the position based on his father's connections to Mr. Trump. It is ridiculous to imply this obviously true thing. Oh, yeah. When the Department of Justice released portions of Epstein's correspondence in December 2025, a handful of DFC employees uncovered records of their boss in the files, and their concerns changed. Initially, people were sharing Epstein's comments in private group chats, particularly Epstein's criticism of the Black children's financial skills. People were like, eye roll, the guy running the world's largest bilateral bank apparently can't manage money. It's like, yeah, right. So you're saying Ben Black doesn't know what he's talking about? Such a joke. A few weeks later, staff discovered Chick's email to Epstein describing her date with Ben, and the chatter largely stopped. People just wanted to put blinders on, a former staff member said, summarizing a series of the conversations with current employees. Now, they said, morale is low. People are afraid to just speak out. Everybody's just looking for jobs. Is that the end? Wait, continue. No, that's the end of the article? I'm a little confused. That doesn't seem like the end. Hang on. Let me go to my paywall eliminator here. Nope, that is the end. Kind of abrupt, right? But yeah, okay, so the people at the whatever working for him were like, yeah, right. As if Epstein's so dumb he thinks that Ben Black is dumb. And then they're like, oh, Epstein was playing matchmaker here, sending a sending a guy over to hang out. Okay, great. That's nuts. If only Stavnik and Adam pooled their pennies and bought Little St. James. Yeah, eh? You think they got enough Patreon money to afford that? That'd be fun. Wow. Anyone of you seen Dasha Nekrasova of Red Scare's Epstein movie, The Scary of 61st? No, that's like a it's like a it's not a documentary, right? It's like a fiction film. I think I heard of it, but I don't know. And it's 2021. Yeah, it's a horror thriller exploitation film. The Scary of 61st. Oh, it's on Shudder, eh? I used to have Shudder. It was kind of cool. I like horror movies. Dasha Krasova as the girl. Critical reception, 55% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not bad actually for a horror movie. Which, you gotta grade those ones on a curve. But excuse me. Not great though, obviously. The Scary of 61st consensus. It's hard not to admire its often ungainly attempts to achieve its ambitions, but The Scary of 61st is a horror provocation that disappoints as often as it thrills. Hey, yeah, it's really bad, Scum. Have you seen it? Oh, wait, sorry. Guy Pearce, have you seen that one? Scary of 61st? Weird title, though. The Scary of 61st. And I don't want to read the entire plot summary, but I'll read the first paragraph because I would like to watch it. Noelle and Addie are young adults who are viewing an apartment on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Despite peculiar elements of the apartment, including abandoned furnishings and a suspicious realtor, the two move in. On their first evening there, Noelle finds a tarot card of the sun, the only card displaying naked children. Addie is plagued by nightmares. Interesting. Oh, wow, so it's actually directly about Epstein. She reveals she's there to investigate notorious sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Wow. Cool. I don't know. I'll check it out. I'm not above watching bad horror movies made by people who have Peter Thiel connections. Sure, I'll watch it. I'll watch it for sure. MK Ultra is a big part of the plot. Okay, I'm sold. I was already sold, but now I'm extra sold. Gang. All right. No, I did want to watch at least a little bit of this Joe Rogan podcast. This guy. Okay, I don't think I've really ever talked about Eric Weinstein on the show before. Have I? No, I have. I have talked about him because he was a guy who had one of the worst Epstein takes. Let me see if I still have it up here. Yes, I do. He had one of the worst, funniest Epstein takes, which was that he was like, when the Epstein files shit was popping off, his thing was, yo, how come they didn't talk to me? Like, Epstein, I knew Epstein too, right? Wasn't that his thing? Oh, fuck. Some of these tweets are deleted. The devil is here on earth. COVID-19 was staged and pre-planned in the Epstein files. Oh, did I not? Did I not have this? Oh, yeah. Epstein, oh yes, this one, Eric Weinstein. Epstein was spying on me, personally, on my work. Don't you think it is vaguely odd that no one bothers to run this claim down? How confident is the USG that there's nothing there? It would have to be 99.9999999%. Yet I've been spot on about the flag tablecloth? Come on. He infiltrated my graduate department. Look up Andrew Gleason. Look up elliptic curves, etc. Do we have anyone in government with a PhD? Wake up. Look for math.harvard.edu. I can't keep saying this. This is so dumb. All right. So, yes, if you look up all these things, Andrew Gleason doesn't seem to have a connection to Epstein. He's a, professor of math or something like that. Elliptic curves, that's just a mathematical concept. Don't exactly know how that, understanding what an elliptic curve is would help learn anything about Epstein. Do we have anyone in government with a PhD? Wake up. It's like, don't these people know what an elliptic curve is? Very funny. Math.harvard.edu. That's just the Harvard math website. What do you mean, Eric Weinstein? The thing about the Weinstein, so this is Brett Weinstein's brother, is I think that their parents constantly told them how smart they were and that they were going to win Nobel Prizes and that they were geniuses and they're smarter than everyone else because they both have this same kind of weird fucking arrogance where they are always the smartest people in every room. And Eric Weinstein is his biggest fucking grief, his biggest bone to pick, I guess, with the Epstein story is that why wasn't Epstein more friends with me? He must have secretly been spying on me. He must have. I must have been he's the only guy that wants to be linked to Epstein more. And he's mad that people aren't associating him with Epstein. He's I am also big and powerful. I worked for Peter Thiel for a long time. Okay. I'm in the same circles as Epstein. Why is nobody looking into me? How come no one's doing an expose about my connection to Epstein? What the heck, guys? What the heck? Yeah, I had no idea what this was about. Then he said elliptic curve and it activated my sleeper cell. Yeah, me too. I was I know there was some ridiculous thing that he was trying to say. Anyway, so he was on Rogan the other day. Let's listen to a little bit of this. They're talking about ego death, but I think the conversation shifts pretty soon.
Ego death is really hot because people are racing themselves.
Ego death is so hot right now.
Is what everybody isn't trying to do. Buckethead didn't want to be, you have trouble being Joe Rogan.
Why did it just skip to a completely different part of the video? That's weird.
Who's chasing clout.
There we go. Right.
So,
and people like that.
Yeah, because it's a form, or they don't just like that. They also don't mind if you're chasing clout and you say, I'm chasing some clout.
Sorry, this stuff's not relevant.
I'm trying to get that bag. So what they don't want is somebody saying Bill Gates.
Right. I'm just looking out for humanity and global health.
Exactly.
So what I'm doing, I'm engineering ticks so that they bite you and you get allergic to red meat. And I'm dropping.
Oh shit! Coop fan Joe Rogan? Has Joe Rogan been watching Coop? Cool that he believes that the fucking globalists have engineered ticks to bite people to give them allergies to meat. Very cool that he thinks that.
Dropping them off from helicopters.
We're going to administer vaccines involuntarily through ticks.
Yeah, and mosquitoes.
Yeah. So
That's not what the mosquito thing was. The mosquito thing was supposed to be, it's only supposed to affect other mosquitoes, not people. So the mosquitoes can't carry the virus. But, it is a little bit scary though, I will say.
Really bothers people. It's the
It's also he doesn't have any friends. And he can't get any pussy anymore because he keeps
Bill Gates
getting caught.
He can get it.
But if we were smart, we'd feed that guy pussy.
We did.
Keep him happy.
We did.
We? I wasn't involved.
Neither was I.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly.
What do you mean allegedly?
Just kidding.
I didn't go to that island.
You didn't? No. No, you were one of the people that saw through him right away.
No, but he offered me partnership, and I didn't take it.
Okay, so they're talking about Epstein. I don't know if you caught that. With the island, because his whole thing was he met Epstein once, and even that one time he was like, this guy's pure evil, right? That's his whole move. Basically the same thing Lutnick said, except in this case, I actually don't think that Weinstein met him any other times. But, yeah.
I regretted that for a while.
Because you would have been cha-ching.
So he's like, Epstein offered me partnership. This is new information. We didn't know this before. And he's like, and I regretted it.
I would have been made rich or deceased.
Probably both.
Both.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, a couple times I've been offered real wealth and with crazy stuff. But the Epstein thing, I don't know that I've actually said that on a podcast. Yeah, he offered me partnership, and the only condition.
I am betting he is making this up. I don't know that I've ever said this on a podcast. Probably because you would have said it if it was true. You would have said it before.
Was that I had to get rid of my existing.
Yeah, he doesn't say partnership in what. I don't know. Maybe he does. He offered me partnership. Yeah, like he's got like 1 million fucking fake companies. What do you mean partnership? In what? In MC2? In what?
Partners. Like I had to stab my partners in the back in order to become his partner.
Oh, yeah. So he'd own you. Yeah.
You know, it's like, show me that you're.
I don't want to sidetrack this, or I'll come back.
Who else has died associated with Epstein besides Brunel? I mean, you know, there's been a few. Mark Middleton, like people, but like Epstein knew a lot of people. Statistically, some of them are going to die. You know what I'm saying?
But these two are 333-year-old aliens, time travelers.
Yeah.
Apparently. So they cannot.
Okay, now we're talking about aliens. What the hell? Wait. Why did we get off the Epstein stuff so quickly? We're seriously talking about aliens? Where did that come from?
You know, it's like, show me that you're.
I don't want to sidetrack this, or I'll come back. But these two.
Jamie, don't pull that up, Jamie. What are you doing? Oh, Weinstein was going to talk to us about Epstein shit, and now we're talking about 333-year-old aliens?
333-year-old aliens, time travelers.
Yeah.
So they cannot be easily replaced.
Yes, they can. That's horseshit.
Yeah, but look, I'll make a prediction.
Is Jamie there to like make sure the show goes on tangents? That's crazy. No, like tons of Epstein business partners who are still very much alive. No, it is weird that he says, "I think I would have been killed. I think I would have been very rich, and maybe I would be dead." Yeah. Epstein knew a lot of rich people and academics at that, which tend to skew younger. Oh, yeah. Epstein knew a lot of people who tended to skew younger, for sure.
If these guys haven't been unmasked,
I don't even know.
that you're going to unmask these guys and you're going to find out.
Thing? Dang it. I thought that we were at the... Wow. Okay, so they actually get off the Epstein topic there. That's annoying. Right. So this is like about 10 minutes later. They're talking about New Jersey. Okay, New Mexico. He's talking about New Mexico. There we go.
So on Piers Morgan, I said this thing, which is that New Mexico is the connector of the nuclear story, the Epstein story, and the UFO story. They're all going to come together.
Stops. What? I'm not pausing it. This is a
Remember when we're only talking about...
This is what this guy does this all the time, by the way. It's like one of his moves. It's a weird one. It's like it's like a fucking sales move. I used to do this when I was a telemarketer. I'd be like, and here are the prices. And then I just stop. And it's like in that fucking weird, it's a weird moment. It's a weird moment when someone just stops. And like the first person to speak after that pause is kind of the loser. There becomes like a power dynamic. So it's a sales tactic where you name all the prices and then you stop. And then you just don't say anything. And sometimes I would stop. Sometimes I'd stop for like 5 minutes, literally. Like sometimes I'd stop and it would be really socially painful to not say anything. Like your mind is like, oh God, stop the awkward silence. But then the other person's just there. Anyway, usually like the other person would say something after like about 30 seconds or so. But sometimes, especially if I was like, because sometimes I would do telemarketing to like other sales guys, like I'd be calling like insurance companies and trying to sell them on shit. And they would know about the sales tactic, and they would also be like, oh, he's doing that. All right. No, I can play. And then they just kind of sit there and wait. And sometimes it would be literally 5-10 minutes of silence. And then eventually they'd be like, okay, and were you going to say something? Like, oh yeah, sorry, no, I was just giving you time to process the figures I was giving you, whatever. Anyway, but he does this constantly. This is like one of his big moves where he'll just fucking pause. Anyway, I'm sure you'll see him do it again. And it's like Rogan is like too stoned to like maybe pick up on it. He's just like, he just lets it happen. He's like, okay, and? Very fun.
About the island.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, I think I was the first person to seize on this. There's this thing that isn't an interview.
Sorry, the thing he was saying before the pause was that what was it? Oh yeah, New Mexico is the connector of the nuclear story, the Epstein story, and the UFO story, and they're all going to come together. Okay.
Which is Steve Bannon trying to train Jeffrey Epstein how to respond, to rehabilitate it.
Right.
And if you can find this is...
I've seen it.
Okay.
It's very weird.
So he says...
It is very weird.
You want to know about why I got Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. Can we play this clip? Can you find... I think Jesse repackaged it after I pointed it out. But this is the story that, like, somehow we're so hung up about sex. We're either angry about trafficking or we're getting off on the idea that all these rich people are going to get their comeuppance, or, you know, we keep turning the Epstein story into something other than a scientific espionage story, which is one of its facets.
A scientific espionage story. I'm not even aware of this theory. So Eric Weinstein thinks that of course, because he thinks Epstein was spying on him, trying to get his super theory of super everything. That's what he thinks. He's like, people keep trying to make the Epstein story about anything other than Epstein trying to fucking spy on my total fucking bullshit flim flam man, garbage like Patreon paywalled theory that all physicists that know what they're talking about have looked at and said is complete gibberish.
It's one component.
It's one component.
Right.
Yeah, but
Rogan's like, maybe that's one aspect of it. I don't think so. You think Israel's like, all right, fucking Epstein, you got to go over there and find out what Richard Dawkins, Lawrence Krauss, and Eric Weinstein are working on. You got to get their secret information. It's like, no, I just don't think that's the case. There's nothing that would lead me to believe that.
But it doesn't excite us that this is a guy spying. Control of science.
It would excite me. It would excite me. What do you mean? Of course it would excite me. If there was any evidence for it, I would be excited by that. You know, this is like Julius and Ethel Rosenberg shit, you know? Yeah, okay. If he's a foreign government spy trying to get scientific information, that could be very exciting. Don't sell yourself short, Eric Weinstein. If the shit you're saying was true, it would be exciting.
Is not something that is officially a big issue, and it is a massive issue.
It's not publicly a big
That's
issue.
correct, yeah.
And he clearly had
let's back up.
big interest in
So
science.
why did I
He's
buy
got the clip. He's got the clip of Epstein. Annoying that they don't show it, eh? Why don't they do that?
a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that's
got
gives you
done.
some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
In
They were
Los
closing-
Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's where the
original bomb.
Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project
Yes.
was
Yes, sir.
as Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were going to be, they cut the funding for high energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided it was maybe not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark. But it was it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand.
He does sound like Woody Allen. And those two were like very close friends.
And in the 90s, that
A lot in common, those
our
guys.
world of the physics world.
They would have a lot to talk about, him and Woody Allen. A lot in common. Mostly, they would probably talk about, I imagine, how they both like to drop their R's at the end of words.
There was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm. Was one of the terms. It had a charm, it had a flavor, it had a color. But nobody really, no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your
Santa-
concept of the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
Okay. Now,
that's the Alex he's talking about. Okay. That's who he was talking about, who clipped it for him? Is Alex Jones? Awesome.
what you're seeing there is fascinating. Like, just take, by the way, very well isolated.
Explain to me what I just
exactly
saw.
The bit that I want.
Explain to me what I just saw, Weinstein.
In that interview or that training, he claims to have founded the Santa Fe Institute. Santa Fe Institute was founded, I think, in 1984, not 1990 or 1993. Bannon clearly knows more about why these scientists were being defunded than does the person who buys this property. Now, that property is not only close to Los Alamos, it's also close to Sandia National Laboratory. What you, like people said to me, Eric, you said he was an idiot. He's clearly very knowledgeable. You can see there that you were wrong. I was like, that is an actor. That is not anyone smart with proximity to Murray Gell-Mann and others.
That's my understanding as well. Okay, Eric and I agree.
Like he knew Murray Gell-Mann well. Murray Gell-Mann didn't name quarks in 1990. That goes back to like the 60s when George Zweig called them aces and Gell-Mann called them quarks, for 3 quarks for Muster Mark that came out of James Joyce. So he's just repeating stuff that he doesn't understand. And why did he buy the house, Zorro Ranch?
I mean, okay, let's just double check that quark thing. I don't know. Quark etymology, I guess. When did that term get coined? Quark etymology. For some time, Gell-Mann was undecided on an actual spelling for the term he intended to coin until he found the word quark in James Joyce's 1939 book Finnegan's Wake. 3 quarks for Muster Mark. Quark? The word quark is an Old English word meaning to croak, and the above quoted lines are about a bird choir mocking King Mark of Cornwall. Okay, blah, 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 blah. When did Gell-Mann went into further detail regarding the name of the quark in his 1994 book, The Quark and the Jaguar. Okay. My 1963, when I assigned the name quark to the fundamental constituents of the nucleon, I had the sound first without the spelling, which could have been quark. Then, one of my occasional perusals of Finnegan's Wake, I came across the word quark in the phrase 3 quarks for Muster Mark. Quark was clearly intended to rhyme with Mark as well as bark. I tried to find an excuse to pronounce it as quark. Okay. Anyway, this is sort of interesting, but... Okay, so Gell-Mann, he's right that Gell-Mann had been using the term since 1963. I don't know, did it become part of the common parlance until the 1990s? I'm not sure. But, whatever. All right, seems like Eric's right here.
Close to the scientists whose funding was cut. The people who make weapons and who do high-energy physics, who had the rug pulled out from under them by the United States when they won the Cold War by putting this pressure on the Soviet Union. Like, there's no thing more important than theoretical physicists, you idiots.
So fucking...
And you don't fund these people and you don't watch them? Like, the Department of Energy is supposed to have counterintelligence to stop creeps from hanging around the national labs, which is America's secret university system. Hello?
Okay.
And that's what he was doing. He was buying...
This is so fucking infuriating to listen to, just because it takes him so long to get to a point. But, like, what is he saying here? Epstein doesn't know the etymology of the word quark? Okay. Why did it take you 10 minutes to say one sentence?
A property to be close to the national labs in New Mexico that make the weapons and that are in charge of trying to figure out the future. So if you think about the national labs as this parallel thing to the
I gotta speed this up a little bit.
University system, but it's the secret part where you have to be American and you have to have a security clearance and all this kind of stuff. Epstein set up a listening post. Now, what's the UFO story? The UFO story is all about nukes.
What?
And what was Epstein doing in Cambridge, Massachusetts? The analog of Zorro Ranch is named One Brattle Square. It's right in the heart of Harvard Square. You know, I know it like the back of my hand.
Okay, is he saying Epstein had like another property in Massachusetts?
And it's a 7-minute walk to the Science Center. The Harvard Science Center on floors 3, 4, and 5 is where the math department is. And who was Epstein's initial contact in the math department? It wasn't Martin Nowak who he funded. It was a different guy named Benedict Gross. Dick Gross was an expert in number
Nowak's at Harvard, right?
theory and on elliptic curves.
Oh, here we go. Okay, this is the guy he's talking about before. Ben, what's his name? Gleason? Andrew Gleason. Oh, wait. Elliptic curves.
Dick was an expert. It was a different guy named Benedict Gross.
Oh, Benedict Gross. Okay. Where does Andrew Gleason come in?
Dick Gross was an expert in number theory and on elliptic curves. And elliptic curves are what power the cryptography behind.
Yeah, yes, Finland. I assume there was counterintelligence that was aware of Epstein and they were okay with it or were told by higher-ups to back off. Yeah, totally.
And Bitcoin behind.
It supposedly is, yeah. I mean, I'm waiting for him to get to the point, but he's saying that this whatever square in Massachusetts is the Massachusetts equivalent of Zorro Ranch, Epstein's ranch in New Mexico. So I'm waiting for him to bring it back to Epstein, but it might take him a while. Yeah. Anyone, Bueller. Yeah. Very Ben Stein.
Public keys. You're talking about a guy who was setting up listening posts next to extremely sensitive stuff that we've stupidly left unprotected in the open university system or
Yeah. Richard Gross. Imagine your nickname is Dick Gross. Yeah. I mean, that's not even a nickname. That's his actual government name. Gross Dick would be a nickname.
Funded international labs.
And when you say listening posts, like, what do you mean?
He's got a hold. No.
No? You just remained in contact with these people?
Joe, you got real money. Guys with real money use dinner. Dinner is an incredible thing.
Yeah.
I watched Peter Thiel use dinner.
Oh, yeah, Peter Thiel.
Fly people in for dinners.
Yeah, like you and Joe Rogan and like all of the guys that have ever been on the Joe Rogan podcast. Yeah. Yeah, Peter Thiel dinners, a.k.a. the round one audition process to be here, to be sitting in that chair. Yeah.
You put people up in a nice hotel for 3 nights. You serve them amazing food from a private chef. You get a black card to collect them, and they'll tell you anything. I don't mean that Peter was doing this in an evil way, but I watched dinner after dinner after dinner as people disgorged.
And this guy, if you don't know, Eric Weinstein worked for Peter Thiel. I mean, doesn't he still work for Peter Thiel? He worked for him for a long ass time, doing very mysterious fucking God knows what. Eric Weinstein, American financial executive. He's proposed a theory of everything called geometric unity that has largely been ignored or met with skepticism in the scientific community. Yeah, everybody's like, yeah, this is fucking gibberish. Finance. He was working as an economist and consultant at Natron Group, a New York City-based hedge fund. As of 2021, Weinstein is the managing director for Thiel Capital, a venture capital firm founded by American financier Peter Thiel that invested. Yeah, so he still is working for Peter Thiel. Even after now he's a fucking influencer and a podcaster and the guy who coined the phrase intellectual dark web, he is all through that, he's still working for fucking Peter Thiel. That's wild. That's nuts. Okay, where were we?
Well, they knew because they were so happy.
And I like how he's like, you know, it's like how Peter Thiel does. Yeah, all these guys, they use dinners, okay? Dinner. If you go to, they invite you to dinner over their place. You know, just exactly like Peter Thiel does, except for evil. It's like Peter Thiel's like the good version of that. Oh yeah, is he? Because it seems like kind of like you're onto something here. Yeah, exactly. Peter was 100% doing it in an evil way. Oh God.
They're getting a $200 bottle of wine and being treated like humans, you know, like respected. So in part, you have to understand that dinner in and of itself, or a mansion, or a first-class ticket, is all it takes to get people to start talking.
Jeffrey Epstein was CIA. The communications network at Zorro Ranch prove it. The DOJ's own file showed Epstein built a military-grade encrypted link to satellite orbit at Zorro Ranch. The contractor who built it now holds a Pentagon missile defense contract.
I mean, that doesn't prove anything. That's interesting. I'll give you that. I didn't know about that. That's very interesting.
The contractor who built it now...
I don't like these headlines. Oh, yeah, it's proven.
Now holds a Pentagon missile defense contract.
So remember,
I didn't know about that.
Jeffrey Epstein is a construct. You know, there's this whole question about why wouldn't Jews talk about Jeffrey Epstein and the sex shit? Like, as if I haven't been on this since 2004.
What? Wait. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein's a construct. I'm already confused by what he means by that.
Construct? You know, there's this whole, remember?
I don't know about that.
Jeffrey Epstein is a construct? You know, there's this whole question about, like, why won't Jews talk about Jeffrey Epstein in the sex
Why won't Jews talk about Jeffrey Epstein? A lot of Jews talk about Jeffrey Epstein. What do you mean?
shit? Like, as
And the sex shit.
if I haven't been on this since 2004.
Yeah, no one can accuse you of
What
not
the
talking about
fuck are you talking
it. They
about?
can. They're just being ignorant.
No, they're being a bitch because it used to be super dangerous. This was like one of the really costly things is to
So
say.
what do you think that was, though? This satellite?
You were talking about this shit in 2004? No one was talking about this shit in 2004.
Encrypted.
All right, let's go there, but I'm a little bit nervous. Why was Jeffrey Epstein able to get all of these people much richer than him into his orbit? That's the question you should be asking. So
I mean, he was a con man. What do you want? He was a charismatic guy with connections to people. May have not have been the richest guy in the room, but he was one of the more connected guys. He was kind of like a hub of whatever elite social cohesion. Made him very desirable to be friends with, even after his first arrest. He was very useful to the elites. You know, he was somebody who could connect you. He knows Peter Thiel. He knows Bill Clinton. He knows John Kerry. He's setting up meetings with people. People are messaging him, "Hey, I'm in Paris today. Am I going to be able to meet up with this guy?" He was a trader in favors. You know, yeah, it is yes. So far, like what he just said there, like that is a question we should be asking. Like, why was he friends with all these rich people? Yeah, like that's a good question. I have a feeling he's going to take it in an insane direction, though.
Here's my theory.
Okay.
Let's hear.
Just be careful. Okay. What happens when you become a billionaire? I don't know. Not there. Nowhere close. What happens is that you find out that it's not what you thought it was.
He's like, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not a billionaire. But I know exactly what happens. What happens is
that you find out that it's not what you thought it was. Okay. First of all, you now have staff everywhere. Right. You can't move around easily because you need a security detail. Right? When I first met Peter Thiel, I said, "Wow, your security detail on this beach is amazing. I can't even tell where they are." He says, "Am I supposed to have a security detail?" Peter, you've got to be kidding. Now he's got one. So the first thing is that you find you lose your privacy, you lose your freedom of movement. You've got a retinue of people who have to be constantly maintained. They're under your roof.
Can we rastify him 10%? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
You're like, this isn't what I signed up for. I wanted to be rich. You're like, well, you are rich. You can buy things. Well, you can't buy privacy. You can't buy freedom. You can't buy anonymity, all these things that you want. And you can't buy the ability to do fun, naughty stuff. I'm not talking about little kids. I'm saying, like, if you're going to take drugs, you're at risk of, having everybody want to tell the story. If you want to have a menage, you're at the same risk. So the question becomes,
a menage.
What do I do to get what I thought I was going to do, which is the right to have freedom over my own life and to misbehave in fun ways, whatever. Nobody can figure out how to do it. Jeffrey Epstein could do it. Now, why is it that he could do it? Well, who's spoken to the contractors who built his island? It's the most obvious thing to do. If I was an investigative journalist, that's what I do. I talk to, like, the plumbers, the maids, all of the people who are just working for a living. Those are the people who constantly leak information about their employers. Well, who's the only person who has the ability to build something? The CIA has its own
What the fuck is he talking? Okay, where were we originally? Because I was following him for a second, and now he's taken so long. I have him on 1.5 speed, by the way. What the fuck was he talking about again? How is he able to be friends with all these rich people? Well, when you become a billionaire, you don't know. It's all different. And that is how Epstein pitched himself. People they're not set up, so they need someone like me to come in and help them transition their financial shit to make sense. Okay.
Construction company. Sovereigns, countries, nations have the ability to do stuff where they know how to keep things under wraps. If you think about S4, I guarantee you there's a men's room at S4. Well, who cleans it? That's a really important question because that's the weak link. And so rich people haven't figured out how to be rich. That's what everybody was attracted to in that upper income bracket.
That he would provide them with experience.
Okay, that's dude, you're taking Epstein's fucking pitch. Like, that's exactly what he told. That's what he told people. But the real question is, was he actually doing that, or was he taking advantage of them? Was he scamming them in some way? I think yes. He is taking Epstein's sales pitch at face value. That's what this whole thing was about? How is he able to become friends with so many billionaires? Like, come on, dude.
He would provide them with things that they couldn't figure out how anybody could provide because they were dealing with a state. I assure you that the Sultan of Brunei knows how to do stuff because he's both an individual and a state.
most of us are either in this sort of black ops world, or we're dreaming about being very rich, or just normal human beings. The very rich are very disappointed. Epstein felt rich, as I said before, in a movie sense. He had freedom. He could say and do things that other people couldn't. You know, Elon is constantly tripping over the fact that I think he's a wild guy. I'm up for wild guys. I want cowboy billionaires, cowboy physicists, cowboy everything. But in general, we don't want cowboys. And, you know, again, this has nothing to do with little kids. That's a different thing.
Right.
But if you want to go take drugs, take drugs. If you want to have a menage, fine. I don't want to hear about it. Don't spill the tea. I can't stand this culture. Epstein knew how to keep quiet stuff quiet. And why is that? His product, as I've said before, was silence. If you want a really dangerous question, ask the question, what did the people who were in his direct orbit have an unusually high number of disappearances around them?
Did they?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Really? What do you mean? Oh, God.
But it's a dangerous question. I've never investigated it. But that's. Have you ever seen?
What a thing to say. He's like, you know, we have to ask questions. Did the people around Epstein tend to disappear for unexplained reasons more often? Rogan's like, he pauses for a long time. Rogan's like, they did? And he's like, I don't know. I haven't looked into it. It's like, okay, then why the fuck are you saying it like that? What are you talking about? I can't even think of one. I can't think of one person. Well, okay, like, yeah, someone like Nadia Marchenko. She kind of disappeared. Ghislaine Maxwell disappeared for a while until she was found. But I don't think he means like disappeared like that. Like they're purposely living off the grid because they're associated with Epstein. Yeah. When he says menage, he for sure means threesome. Yeah, like a menage à trois. But yeah, very weird.
Everybody talks about Eyes Wide Shut now.
That's a great Eric Weinstein moment. We should be asking that question. Let's listen to it again. I want to get it right so I can interpret it later.
But have an unusually high number of. Did the people who
Here it is. We got to hear it.
What did the people who were in his direct orbit have an unusually high number of disappearances around them?
Did they?
I don't know. But it's a dangerous question. I've never investigated it. But that's. Have you ever seen everybody?
That's not a dangerous question. Like you could look that up. That wouldn't be too hard. Epstein related disappearances. This is a dangerous question I just typed into DuckDuckGo. Okay, files disappear. Ooh, Epstein fallout tracker. The legal fallout charges and current status of individuals connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Sentenced, charged, arrested, under investigation, sued, settled, terminated or resigned, cooperating, deceased, denied involvement. This is an interesting vibe-coded site. But they don't have a category for disappeared, I don't think. But no, this is interesting. Wow, they have a lot of people on here I don't have on my list. Yeah, this would all be yeah, none of these people would have disappeared. Who's deceased? Who are the deceased people? Oh, okay. Yeah. Epstein, Minsky. Yeah, he was old as fuck. Alberto Pinto. And another guy is Alfredo Rodriguez, right? He died. Sort of suspiciously. Al Seckel, Steven Hoppenberg. Yeah, Annabelle Nielsen, Andy Stewart, Jean Prunel, Alfred Tobman, Henry Rozovsky. Again, that guy was like 90 years old. Umar Jabrelov, Robin Leach, Bill Richardson. And they don't even have Alfredo on here. And he's one of the more suspicious ones. But who knows? All right. But I don't know. I mean, like, fucking disappearances, who knows? Yeah, like if I look up like Nadia Marchenko on here, of course she has like a bunch of different names. Marchenkova. Legal status, no action, role enabler, Slovakia, 122 logged flights. Yeah. It doesn't really put her in one, but like she's like there's rumors about where she is, but she's kind of off the grid. Marchenkova has reportedly been missing since early January 2024, coinciding with release of the final Epstein documents. Like, this is not that she's like being disappeared by someone. I don't think. I think she's just like trying to hide, right? Yeah. Disappeared is a red herring. There have been a lot of people who died under mysterious and or questionable circumstances. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's really funny that this is what he's concentrating on here. What about disappearances?
He talks about Eyes Wide Shut now.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that nobody talks about crimes and misdemeanors?
Who says?
Where Woody Allen is directly in his orbit.
Oh.
I don't even know if I've seen that movie.
There is a scene where Martin Landau...
This is his big thing. People talk about Eyes Wide Shut all the time, but no one talks about Woody Allen's movie, Crimes and Misdemeanors.
Jerry Orbach's characters are a pair of brothers. I think that they only meet on screen once. And Martin Landau is having an affair, and the woman has decided that she has rights.
Yeah.
Martin Landau is a very wealthy...
There's people have claimed to have seen Marcinkova. Yes, the videos of her at a yoga thing. Yeah, I think so. I think she was supposed to be staying at another guy's house who was connected to Epstein. I think there's a general agreement about like what state she's in the U.S. I forget which one it is, but yeah, there's a lot of speculation. Yeah, but I don't think people like officially like she's not making official appearances. Put it like that. The full Eric Weinstein bingo card. What's on your Eric Weinstein bingo card?
The ophthalmologist or something like that. And he has a brother who's a Starker. Starker being the Yiddish word for a tough guy. And it's one of the most... Can we find...
He talks like he's explaining something that's so complicated and above your head. Like Brett Weinstein does this too. Although Brett Weinstein is a lot more normal passing than Eric Weinstein is. But Eric's like, he's always talking about something so simple that's like not difficult to understand. And everyone's like, yeah, I get it. But he's talking about it like he's like, I'll give you time to process what this is like some high IQ shit here. I'm about to blow your mind and I don't think you're ready for this. It's like, no. I am ready. I'm following you. I'm just annoyed, you know?
Jerry Orbach, Martin Landau, Crimes and Misdemeanors is the most blood-curdling. So well done.
Which about the scene description though, you didn't really get to it.
Well, they're only in one. They're only in one
exactly
scene together. They'll be at I haven't seen it in ages, but my memory is that they're at a house, walking around a pool, and then they walk inside to the pool house, and there's a resentment that the brother who's in the life, is only called to the house occasionally, right? And it's this way in which the genteel and the people who can get things done that you're not allowed to do within the law are connected. And so Woody Allen is clearly writing this from personal experience. He has some interaction between being in high society and knowing Starkers. I actually knew Woody Allen's old producer is the father of a friend of mine, so a guy named Jack Grossberg. And Jack Grossberg was the epitome of a tough Jew in Hollywood who would deal with the Teamsters or when there was a labor dispute. And, he wasn't in the life, but he was
sounds like a piece of shit.
A guy who could stare down a mafioso. I think that in part Woody Allen is writing about what Jeffrey Epstein was providing, which was a measure of silence. No.
What a reach that is. Jesus, that's what you think? Oh, my God. When did Crimes and Misdemeanors come out? 1989. He didn't know Epstein in 1989, bro? What are you talking about? Completely just remembering a movie he probably hasn't seen since 1989 and being like, everyone talks about Eyes Wide Shut. No one talks about this. Brother. Yeah, the Eyes Wide Shut shit is pretty silly, in my opinion, the way people think it was a secret message and stuff. But you just came up with an even worse example of this.
I don't know.
No, we're looking for Martin Landau and Jerry Orbach in Crimes and Misdemeanors.
I love that they keep every set. They don't edit 1 second out of these.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard to find because it's.
I have this on 1.5 speed, by the way, and I'm like I'm pausing it now.
That one.
Just talking over it.
I think that this is the scene that nobody's talking about.
I don't know, but she's killing me.
This would never fly on terrestrial radio.
Like what? Straighten her out. What, you threaten her? That's all I need. How else do you expect to keep her quiet?
Can you turn that up?
That's as loud as I can get it, unfortunately.
Okay.
I'm going to get copyright struck for this.
Right, what do you suggest? What did you call me for? I don't know. I hope you'd have more experience with something like this. You called me because you needed some dirty work done. That's all you have to call for.
Like, it's just this scene is in like a million like mob movies. What the fuck are you? I believe this is Woody Allen trying to tell us about Jeffrey Epstein. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? How many views does this have? Oh, this is just from the other day. But it is on the most listened to podcast, the number one podcast. It's got 1.4 million views already, just from May 21st. Yeah, very, very dumb. I'm just going to skip ahead because I don't want to get copyright claimed, and I think this is very stupid. And oh my God, it goes on for so long. Wow, they watched like a full 5 minutes of the clip. Very cool.
So while everybody's watching Kubrick, this is a guy in Epstein's direct orbit. This is what Epstein was. He was a Starker. He was a science spy. He was a Starker. He had buttons.
Science spy.
And we're just all pretending like we have no memory of this, no idea about how we're all connected, how the highest in society are connected to the people who get things done.
And blackmail.
Blackmail is a lot, like we're over-indexed on, in my opinion. Again, who am I? I'm just a guest. But
this is this assumption.
Well,
Is that he
I was
helped
very
these
early
people?
saying he was a construct, but nobody would listen.
What do you mean? But
Here's the next piece of
he's a construct. What does that mean? He said this. He keeps saying this. What does he mean? Epstein was a construct.
I think he had buttons.
He had buttons.
He had button men at his control.
Button men.
He made problems disappear. Things
He was
went
a construct. He had button men. He had button men in his control. He made problems disappear. Okay, he's a fixer. He's like the wolf from Pulp Fiction. He's like one of those guys.
way. That's how you make sure that you have the experience of being a king rather than a billionaire. The billionaires had more money than him, but they didn't have the ability to make their problems go away. And by the way, they're not suggesting that all the people in his orbit were available.
Yeah, like someone set him up. Like he was like a CIA. Like they created him. Like he was fully whatever. Yeah, but like I don't know. He needs to explain what he means because he just keeps saying Epstein is a construct. Yeah, he wasn't self-made. Yeah. Like that makes sense. Like he, Lex Wexner or somebody early on was like at Dalton. Maybe was like, you're gonna be a spy, and we're gonna give you a pedophile ring, and you're gonna bring people in and cause them to blah 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 blah. We've seen how you act with the younger girls at Dalton, and we want you to like run a sexual blackmail gathering operation that spans the globe, powerful people all over the world. Like, I mean, that's one theory, I guess. That's one theory. Not one that I personally subscribe to.
Telling themselves that this is a service. But if I was a competent investigator, I would be talking to Woody Allen and saying, what did you mean by that scene?
Burps right into the mic. I'm always amazed. I don't know. Like, I don't know if anybody else cares about this, but like sometimes I'm drinking a beer on stream or something like that. I always like look away to burp. These guys, like, I'm constantly seeing them like clear their throat, burp right into the mic. It's crazy. This guy runs like a very successful podcast too. I can't imagine who still listens to it. But
Woody Allen and saying, what did you mean by that scene?
ASMR.
Look,
because you think that scene is direct.
What did you mean by that scene? What do you mean by this scene? What do you mean by that scene? Like what? Like it's just like a standard fucking scene in a fucking mob movie. What? Notice how Woody Allen has a scene where a guy is like doing extortion. He needs to give a deposition in front of Congress. What did he know about Jeffrey Epstein in 1989?
Connected to Woody Allen's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
No, I think that scene is directly connected to the connection between Hollywood and Teamsters and unions and organized crime.
Oh my God. Okay. So now he's all right. Teamsters, unions, organized crime. Cool.
There are people who know how to make things happen that aren't within the law. But what is the mafia? We watch all these mafia pictures, right?
Mm-hmm. Finland. You're so good at being a pedophile. We, the CIA, want to hire you. Yeah, he gets like scouted. Jeffrey, we've seen you out there. You got a lot of energy. How'd you like to come work for the CIA? How'd you like to become a construct, courtesy of the CIA?
The mafia is about contract enforcement when you can't use the courts.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like what the...
Like CIA finding Epstein when he was a cab driver, like scouting for the NFL at a Little League games. Yeah. For real.
Mafia is, but that's what it is. It's a business. What happens when you're in an illegal business and you can't enforce a contract?
Oh, interesting. Guy Pearce. I've met Stanley Kubrick's brother-in-law and producer Jan Harlan a few times. Cool. When people mention Eyes Wide Shut being re-edited, he rolls his eyes like Buzz Aldrin when that Burke denied the moon landings. Yeah, that makes sense. Have you ever listened to Kubrick's daughter though? She's a little bit pilled. I don't know what she thinks about Eyes Wide Shut, but she's like an Alex Jones fan. She goes on InfoWars. She's like very, she believes a lot of shit.
Right?
Yeah.
You have to use muscle. So we use Gentile. Like he says, she can be taught. You want me to talk?
Yeah. I think you're right, Rowd. By construct, he just means the intelligence or financiers prop them up, CIA, mafia gangs, all the same. Yeah. Kind of like a Whitney Webb sort of view, like the Mecca cartel that controls everything through blackmail. Yeah, that's one theory.
Talk to her. We can handle it.
Yeah. You got a lot of potential. Kid. I'm gonna make something out of you, Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, stick with me and you'll go places, kid. Like where, mister? Oh, have you ever heard of a little place called Little St. James Island? New Mexico, Paris, all around the world. Anyway.
This is the genteel language of roughing somebody up, killing somebody, and making problems go away.
What does he mean, genteel? What does genteel mean? How do you spell it? Is it like this? Genteel, refined or polite. Okay, so this is the polite language of like extortion. Okay.
So the mafia is about business. It's not about violence.
Sure.
Okay, so his connection to scientists, though.
It's so annoying listening to him talk. Oh my God. He says the vague shit and then pauses as if he just dropped a fucking bomb.
What was the purpose of that?
We don't know, but I keep saying...
What's your assumption?
My assumption is that he was a clearinghouse, that somebody set him up at fair expense. I'm going to say 9-figure expense. So I think this was a 9-figure fortune, hundreds of millions. And what it had was, it had the trappings of multi-billionaire. It had trillionaire written all over it for a 9-figure fortune. So it's orders of magnitude.
I'm sorry. I never do this, but this is so boring. I know he is talking about Epstein shit, but like, oi, I gotta stop. It's like walking out of a theater in the middle of a movie. He's talking about stuff that's relevant to my interests. He's taking forever to get there, and I honestly don't care. Isn't this entertaining as I thought it would be? I don't know. I guess, like, maybe I'll scan the fucking thing here. Why would Ben? He's an incompetent. I mean, I agree with his lying about his depth of knowledge. Okay, how did I know he was a construct? Yes, let's hear. How did I know?
So how did I know he was a construct?
This is like fucking 15 minutes later.
The things, like they're dumb tells that we give away. One of his was he was supposed to be a currency trader. And when we say we're trading currency, we're not trading currency. We're trading what are called spot contracts that are to be settled with an exchange of currency in 2 days' time.
Okay.
Right? So in other words, if I do a euro trade, it's really a $1 trade, and you and I are going to trade.
Yeah. Rogan needs to offer this guy a bump of coke. Yeah, for real. Whoops. There we go.
Dollars for euros, and we agree to do it in 2 days' time. And then if you want to keep the position on, you exchange that contract for a contract that will follow to erase that contract and form a new contract which pushes it out 2 days. You call that rolling things over.
Okay.
He didn't know that Dollar Canada was on a 1-day contract rather than a 2-day contract where everything else. So in other words, there was an anomaly.
Yeah.
And
like I will say, I personally think that Eric Weinstein is a oaf and a rube and an idiot, and is one of the dumbest guys who has also been able to con people, a con artist in his own way, where he's like trying to scam people into thinking he's some like mathematical genius. I think on some level he must know he's not that smart, but at the same time, he did work for Peter Thiel doing his money managing, doing a very Epstein-like job, right? Like he was kind of like Peter Thiel's Epstein, supposedly. And so it's interesting to me, like there's one area there where he actually does know something about, like he knows something about managing the fortunes of the very rich. And I don't know anything about that, but I've always got the sense that Epstein is lying about how smart he is about global currency markets and inflation and tax avoidance strategies and all this stuff that he would pitch to the ultra wealthy. I only work with billionaires or higher, blah, 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 blah. And so it's interesting to me that this is kind of like the, what's it called? The Gell-Mann effect or whatever, where it's like, you have one area where you're really smart in, and, you know, you'll read an article in the New York Times, and then you get to an article about that area, and you're like, oh, they're getting this completely wrong. Whatever. And, I mean, that's not really what the Gell-Mann effect is, guys. I think it has to do with like the amnesia of like, you read one article where you're like, oh, I actually know shit about this, and this is completely incorrect. But then you'll go back to reading the newspaper, and you'll have amnesia to that, and you'll just assume that every other article is completely true. But anyway, so it isn't quite like that. But what he's doing is he actually does know a little bit about the financial stuff. So it is, at least it's interesting. It is actually noteworthy. His read on Epstein was that he was a total bullshit artist, and he didn't know shit about the currency market. I find that interesting.
Anybody in currency trade.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea about Epstein making this mistake about the timing of Canadian dollar trade. No idea. But I don't know. I am actually going to take Eric's word on this one.
Trading would have known that. Or forget whether he didn't know that trading pounds for dollars is called cable in the business. So there were just dumb tells that he didn't know about foreign exchange. Yeah. So, he's claiming to be an FX hedge fund manager to me, and there were stupid tells like that.
Right.
And then he knows way too much about my exactly particular specialty in mathematics. Like, the number of people it could come from would be 5 or fewer. So technically what I did my thesis on is something called self-dual Yang-Mills theory, which is about every force other than gravity is a Yang-Mills force. Except my thesis was really about gravity, and I didn't disclose it, and only people very, very close to me knew that that's what it was about. He was obsessed with gravity.
Epstein?
And he shows up, I think, in the Harvard Math Department in 2002 with Dick Gross. And
Dick Gross.
Clearly he was talking to people in the Cambridge mathematical physics world who would have been,
Wait, oh shit, here we go. This is what Epstein stole from Eric Weinstein.
There's something called the Chern-Simons theory, which is...
This is like how Brett Weinstein thinks that like Carol, what's her name, stole his theory about mice telomeres. He's like, Epstein stole my theory. Epstein's greatest crime. He stole a fucking anecdote from Eric Weinstein.
Mistakenly associated closely with Yang-Mills theory, but is really all about gravity. And that my work really shows that there's a parent theory that has Chern-Simons theory and gravity as its two consequences. He knows about that without knowing anything about the structure and the subject matter. He knows about the history of my stuff and something called Seiberg-Witten theory. He doesn't know anything concrete. How does he know all this stuff? He was in my world.
Yeah, I mean, I get the vibe with Epstein when he's talking about science. He's like, he reads some like popular science blog, like I fucking love science or something. And he like, that's his kind of level of understanding. And then he's just a talented bullshit artist. He can be in a conversation with somebody who does know about this shit and kind of nod along and say the right things at the right time to make it seem like he knows what he's talking about. At least to the people who are watching, maybe not always to the person he's talking to. That's my vibe on him. I don't know that he's like breaking into the fucking universities and reading PhD theses and stealing the ideas from them to drop in casual conversation. I don't know that he's doing that.
And he was very focused, on... I met him through Jess Staley, who was at JP Morgan. Now, Jess Staley is deeply implicated in this. I didn't know that at the time.
Probably the most provably guilty guy in the whole fucking Epstein files. Sorry, Finland. I think the replacement might be Brock Pierce, the guy from Mighty Ducks. The Mighty Duck? The child star, Brock Pierce from the Mighty Ducks movies? Oh, wow. Wait, what do you mean? The replacement as in he's doing the Epstein blackmail collection nowadays?
And Jeff Epstein has been mirroring my entire life, everything that I do. And I became well known when I was writing these essays.
Jeffrey Epstein's been mirroring my entire life? What?
For Edge.org, and he was in with John Brockman at the Brockman Literary
He was at Edge.org.
Agency. When I got married, the rabbi came from Harvard Hillel, which was a building now called Rosofsky Hall, which he put together with Les Wexner's money. He was funding probably the conference at the Perimeter Institute that we did on the financial crisis. At every turn in my life, since I was a young man, Jeffrey Epstein was there in the background, even though I only meet him once.
Who cares, man? Why are you like talking about Jeffrey Epstein? He's like, our paths kept crossing again and again. It's like we were fated to meet. It's like he's talking about him like it's like the fucking act one of a rom-com. We just kept meeting. We never got each other's number. We just kept being at the same place. We were at the Edge events with Brockman. Okay, we were here. We were here. We kept meeting. We were fated. Our stars were aligned. The paths. Oh, and ne'er the twain shall meet. The convergence. The convergence is at hand.
Why do you think that is?
Because we're interested in the exact same thing.
And what is that?
The most powerful stuff in the universe.
Because we're involved in the... Did he just say that? It's like, why do you think that is? Because we're involved in the exact same thing.
And even though I only meet him once.
Why do you think that is?
Because we're interested in the exact same thing.
And what is that?
Don't say that, man. Don't say that about Jeffrey Epstein. Me and Jeffrey Epstein are interested in the exact same thing? That's a guy you do not say that about.
The most powerful stuff in the universe.
You got to be more specific than that.
Why is he interested in that? If he doesn't know the science.
What do I care about? I care about finance and financial markets.
What do you mean the most powerful stuff in the universe? What is that? Okay, financial markets? Okay, now he's getting specific. Okay. All right. Not prepubescent girls, right?
The CPI. I care about the fate of Israel. I care about evolutionary theory. I care about mathematics that goes like
Why are you doing
geometry,
this?
like the geometry of elliptic curves, but really more differential geometry. I care about
when you're like, me and Epstein are the exact same guy. No one thinks you're talking about elliptic curves. No one assumes that. That is not a place to do your famous trademark pregnant pause. Please explain that right away. Oh my
at physics. Every time that I care, and I care about the world's smartest people at a functional level, not the people with the highest IQ, but the people who are irreverent enough to actually move the needle.
Irreverent, okay.
So he and I we're interested in where's the action, where's the high-end intellectual action in the world that actually moves things. And, quite frankly...
Isn't his brother in jail for sex crimes? No, you're thinking of Weinstein. The Weinstein brothers. These are the Weinstein brothers.
He was meeting in my offices in San Francisco while I wasn't aware of it in 2017. I didn't know that.
Meeting in your offices. Meaning he went to your office.
What? See, this is my thing with Eric. Is like he's pissed. His big beef with Epstein is that he isn't associated with Epstein enough because he looks at it as a good thing. He looks at it as embarrassing that he's not associated more with Epstein. Why aren't people looking more into my connections with Epstein? That's his whole fucking big fucking problem with this.
Office and met with who?
Well, with Peter. That's in the records.
About you?
Peter Thiel.
No, I don't know. He hopefully not. I know that I'm in an email that he sent.
No. But Peter Thiel's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Epstein's a bad guy. But they did meet in my offices.
Peter late in the story, but I'm not going to discuss specifics. But no, I was telling Peter not to deal with him, and Peter thought I was overblowing the danger. He scared me because I know what element he came from. That was not a refined person. That was a scary, scary person.
He was a bad guy. I could tell he was a bad guy because he was a bad, evil guy. I knew he was a bad person.
That was a person who came, like the Hesh character on The Sopranos.
Mm-hmm.
I knew because when he came in, I heard evil music. And that's how I knew he was a bad guy. And the camera turned to black and white, and it was really scary and creepy. You remember the Jewish guy in The Sopranos, Hesh? He was kind of like that bad guy from that show. And I think we should bring David Chase in front of Congress to say what exactly he meant by putting that character, Hesh, in The Sopranos. Who's a bad guy?
Or Mo Green in the
in Casino?
Yeah, that's that element.
He's like one of the Jewish guy in all the mobster movies. He's like the Jewish guy, the token Jewish guy in all the crimes.
And you recognize that immediately?
Well, that was my point in bringing up crimes and misdemeanors. It's not like I don't know
people. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I understand all this. But what do you think his purpose was?
Yeah, like, this is how I feel. Like, Rogan's like, yeah, no, I get it. Like, I understand what you're saying. You just haven't gotten to the point yet.
It's like, so getting connected to all these scientists, being around all this knowledge, the New Mexico, I still don't understand, like, what was the end game?
Can I get another drink?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Can I share this article with you?
Please do.
Okay, this was the one I just pulled up.
All right, and we're done. All right, I feel like that's enough of a high note to end on. What a fucking bore, Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's like, he literally says this, Finland. He's like Mo Green in Casino. He names like 3 Jewish guys in Italian mob movies. He's like, it's such an annoying way to talk about politics and whatever shit these days, conspiracies, where you're like, it's like in the Avengers. It's like in this. He's like this character in this. And you'll notice that's an evil character. Oh, he's like Walter White. Oh, he even looks like Walter White. That's how you know he's a bad guy. It's like that's not how the real world works. That's not how reality. You're not supposed to think like that. That's a bad way to think. Like, don't do that, please. Please evolve your thinking. This has got 1.5 million views from about a week ago or so, say 2 weeks ago. And it's Eric Weinstein spewing absolute bullshit. I will say the one part I did kind of appreciate was him concurring with my personal theory, where he confirmed something that I thought, that Epstein didn't know as much about the financial world as he actually did. So, hey, you know what? I'll give him that. Where he agrees with me, I think he's spitting the truth, and where he doesn't, I think he's just wasting everyone's time. That's generally how I analyze interviews like this. But yeah, Eric Weinstein, very funny dude. Funny guy. Oi. Yeah. Did I have anything else to go over? No, I don't think so. No, not really. Gang. We've had fun today. It's been a good time. It's been fun. It's been great. It's been grand. Yeah, he's bordering on saying something interesting, but then he doesn't. It's very, that's the feeling he constantly leaves you with. It's constantly like he has the tone of voice of someone who's about to say something so amazing, and you're conditioned to wait to be like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, so okay, so yeah, but he just keeps stopping. He just keeps pausing and waiting and going and yes, they should be drinking some rum fire, white overproof rum, exceptionally smooth. What'd you miss? We talked about Jared Leto, Sam Altman. We talked about another Epstein thing. Oh, Ben Black and Epstein. We talked about Ben Swann's interview about Pizzagate, how Pizzagate is Epstein. Anyway, yeah, it's been we did a bunch of stuff. We need more content. We gotta get the content out there. Goblin Queen has challenged me this Sunday. We'll do this Sunday stream, and she's like, do a bunch of short stuff. Do a bunch of short clips, because all of my clips are like an hour plus. So we're going to try and do like a half-hour length clips on Sunday. That's going to be my goal anyway. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard because I really like the sound of my own voice. Oh, are you Team Rumfire or Team Ray and Nephew? Definitely Ray and Nephew. Rumfire tastes like trash. Rumfire's not a good rum. But, you know, it has its own charm. It's called Rumfire. Definitely Team Ray. Yeah. Yeah, but I toured the what do you call it? Rummery? The rum factory where they make what's it called? I forget what it's called, but it's got some name. It's in Jamaica, and it's where they make Rumfire. Oh yeah, people have been asking me to do this for a while. Do Will Ferrell's SNL Epstein character. Sure. You know what? I haven't actually seen that. How do I find that? Will Ferrell, SNL Epstein. Let's see. Okay. It's only one episode, right? President Donald Trump. Oh, the uploader's not made the video available in your country. Will this work? Yeah, that looks like it'll work. But sorry, I'm trying to get in the habit of looking things up offline here. Oh yeah, distillery. Thank you, everybody. Distillery. Yes, no, the Rumfire looks very cool. It's got fire on it. This shirt you can't really see from how I'm normally sitting, but it's got the blue and the orange fire on it. Yeah, no, I got a VPN, believe me, but yeah, I can't use it right now because I don't use it while streaming because it slows it down, and I wouldn't be able to turn it on because it would interrupt the stream, and you know, it would pause the stream. But maybe is there like a browser VPN I can use? Hide.me. Browse anonymously. No, that's not going to work. Does that exist still? Browser VPN? Just watching letting everyone watch as I do something illegal. This is just for pretend, guys. I'm not actually doing this. I'm acting. No. No, I can't find it. Browser with free VPN. But I'm sure I can find this somewhere else, right? No, Will Ferrell, Epstein, Gold Open. It's from their finale. Okay. Oh God. See, I'd like to watch the whole thing, but I mean, I do have the. What am I trying to say? I have just the part with No, not available in your country. Where Will Ferrell comes on. I guess we can just watch that. I guess we can just watch that. All right, whatever. Sure. I think I have it here. Let's do it. Thank you, Independent. What happened to Miss Independent?
Donald. Who's in here? Don't worry, Donald. It's me, your best friend, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey? But I thought you were dead. I am, remember?
Yo, is it just me or does James Austin Johnson's Trump sound different? Has he lost it? Like, it doesn't sound like Trump to me anymore. And he used to have the best. Why does it sound so different? Why does it sound like Cookie Monster?
But I thought you were dead. I am, remember? I killed myself. Wink! So, how you doing, Donnie, baby? Not so good, Jeffy. My approval...
You can get away with giving Jeffrey Epstein any voice you want because no one knows how he talks. But that is not how he talked at all.
Ratings in the 30s. Oh, the 30s? Gross. Call me when it hits 17. Dark, very dark. It's a dark situation. But Donnie, just remember, no matter how many wars you start or how bad you tank the economy as a distraction, people will always associate you with me. And that, my dear close friend, that is a beautiful thing. 'Cause darling, when the morning comes, and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you.
Yeah, he does look like Epstein though, eh? Like the casting is on point. The casting is on point. This is about level of like Larry David playing Bernie Sanders. It's perfect.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles way up high. Just the two of us. You and I.
Oh, the Independent thing comes across right before they kiss. Is that how the actual sketch went?
Oh, sorry.
That's funny. It's funny that it cut to that. How's heaven? Yeah. Okay, no, I'm into it. I like it. I don't know. I don't think that really. And they got Aziz Ansari to be Kash Patel, and Colin Jost to be Hegseth. That works. That works visually. I imagine the Aziz Ansari playing Kash Patel is pretty funny. I don't know. I'm just imagining something in my head and judging it based on that. But yeah. If you take my glasses off and buy that as Epstein's Ghost, yeah, for sure. The jokes, they're okay. Ending with a song. The song isn't really funny. It's just like the exact song, but just the two of like they're friends. Like they were friends. They were very, very close friends. Epstein called Trump his best friend. It seems like they were very close, but I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how to rate it since I only saw a little tiny bit out of context. I feel like they could have gone further with it. I don't think that like people who are fans of Trump, they already hate SNL and they aren't going to see anything in it. It's interesting though to note that stuff like, SNL joking about Epstein killing himself. And that was a conspiracy theory that was usually reserved for the right wing a few years ago. But now that it affects Trump, it makes Trump look bad, which it always did, but nobody thought about it in that way. It's interesting to just see how things change. And now SNL is making a wink reference to it. I don't know. Is there anything we can learn from this? Am I missing anything? I liked Epstein's 70s swinger vibe. Still shocked we'd ever seen Jon Stewart as Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. To be honest, the likeness isn't any worse than a royal scandal. Yeah. Did they have Epstein in a royal scandal? I guess they must have. I don't know. I didn't see it. Mr. Krabs. Yeah, right? He's doing a Mr. Krabs voice. But yeah, this is how Epstein actually sounded.
It serves you fucking rich guys right.
Yeah, he's a little bit wimpier. It served you rich guys right. I work in finance, and there's a certain type of DNA that the white people have that makes them superior thinkers. And no, I can't quite do it. I'm losing it. I gotta watch more Woody Allen. Haven't watched Woody Allen in a while. I forget why. There's some reason why I stopped watching Woody Allen. I used to be a big fan. Anyway, cool. Well, that took us right to 4 p.m., and that means I've been streaming now for approximately 4 hours, which is usually the time that I say enough is enough and I stop streaming. And I think I will say enough is enough. Time for me to go. Time for me to stop streaming. He looks like Drake in a royal stand. Really? Wait, hang on. Epstein royal scandal. Let me see this. Oh, no. This guy? Wow, he does like the exact pose from this one, too. He looks like Drake, you think? I mean, maybe I'm not seeing it, but... Okay. It's a very royal scandal. A very royal scandal. You can make it if you try. Just the two of us. Okay, gotta put the quotes around it. So DuckDuckGo knows what I'm looking for here. Wow, it's still not giving me what I want. Anyway. But yeah, okay, so this is Jeffrey Epstein playing playing himself. No, this is a guy playing Jeffrey Epstein. He looks, he got the hair. He's doing the exact face. He is tilting his head the wrong direction, though. Famous photo famously has him tilting his head the other way. Who, me? He's got definitely more fuller lips than Epstein. Fuller lips than Epstein for sure. Anyway, who knows, gang? Who knows? In the scene, it's more clear. He's only in one scene? Really? Okay, so these scandals about more than just Epstein stuff, or... Anyway, okay. And the scene is more clear? Okay, no, I can get in there. All right. I've done my job. I've done my duty. And I'm sorry, guys, if you were watching yesterday, there was a very awkward stream suddenly stopped. My internet cut out. So we did the makeup stream today. Hopefully you guys can forgive me, look in your hearts, and find it within your abilities to grant me your forgiveness. But we'll be back on Sunday, and we're going to be doing a lot of short topics. Short things for, what's it called? Short clips. He's the most interesting Epstein in the world. Oh, right. He's the most interesting man in the world type Epstein. Yeah. With the bow tie and everything. Totally. But thanks for tuning in on a Thursday, random Thursday stream. Did not promote it, didn't do anything, but we still had people here. Love that. For that, I salute you. This is not going to be a regular thing. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. All right, gang, time for the theme song to kick in.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago that became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.